Hello, stream!
Since we just went live, everybody look at the chat. I put in the perfect image.
Years?
Tats and Preers. But that's good.
Oh, Jeff. That's the picture for your stream?
I'm pretty
Yep.
sure hair
Yeah.
cloak is a word for something else.
And that's when we get banned from YouTube.
I don't know what that
That
means.
was my goal.
We would never get banned from YouTube.
No.
You just saw
Alright.
that picture now, didn't you?
I did.
Tats and Preers.
Tats and prayers.
All right.
Please.
Last session, Curse of Strahd. You all were in the Amber Temple, and slowly but surely, as you made your way through the Amber Temple, it was starting to kind of begin to weigh heavy on you, and you kind of realized what had clearly happened to the wildlings that stayed for too long. Not only the wildlings, but also you read some of the ancient guardians of the temple as well. You fought some powerful witches, but you were able to dispatch of them, although at quite a cost, using quite a lot of your magic. You then headed up a secret staircase towards a beautiful library that contained thousands of tomes. Some of you decided to take many of them. Others decided to peruse through the library and pick the ones more specific to your causes. After spending some time, Sid, you overheard a recognizable voice in that of Casimir, clearly in some sort of ritual, you believe, accepting one of the dark gifts, specific, the dark gift of Zudun, also known as the Corpse Star. You know that Casimir had specifically told your group for the acceptance. He was hoping that you would all accept anyway the idea that, or the reason why he was heading to the Amber Temple and why he wanted your help was obviously not only for the journey, but also to accept a power to bring back his people, a people he believes he, had a large hand in causing the extermination of. As you maybe thought, fuck that guy, he kindly reminded you of the fact that he has been a constant source of safety and security in Barovia, even offering his own home and his own bed for you all to rest in. Not the Cormac, this is true. But nonetheless, as you ventured downstairs, or rather, as you tried to venture out, you realized you were sealed in the temple itself. And after venturing downstairs to where Casimir was, you noticed he disappeared with destination to Vallaki. You all underwent a trial, attempting to escape from the Amber Temple, and just at the last moment, just as you believed your own bodies were completely turned against you, you managed to teleport yourselves out of the temple and towards the tower, Kazan's tower. You found Esmeralda as well as Van Richten there, who offered you their cart and their services, as well as a key to a wizard's mansion. A wizard, they tell you, was one of the, not first, but certainly one of the most powerful to attempt to stand against Strahd. But he has said to, or he was said to have given his life as he was thrown from a waterfall. When Van Richten arrived, this wizard had completely gone mad, and it was clear that something in the house, in this interdimensional house, had caused this. And Van Richten mentioned that he has now trapped this thing inside of the mansion and to never release the prison that is there, but the home is yours to use for a safe place, a safe shelter. And you can't help but wonder how helpful this would have been on a journey up a mountain.
Would have been great.
No, just kidding. It probably would have worked there anyway, so it doesn't matter. But anyway, you then traveled towards Vallaki and realized that the quicker path would be, you were wanting rather to head to Vallaki. You realized the quicker path would be to Kresk. Nonetheless, you decided to take the path direct to Vallaki for fear of the unknown. Not entirely sure what would happen in Kresk and at the Abbey. And as you approach the gates of Vallaki, you saw two familiar guards, and they've kind of opened the way.
All right.
What would you
Mercer-
anything I
Mercer's-
missed before we jump in?
I did want to have Lisbeth cook a meal while we were moving.
Mhm.
For the 2 hours.
Yep.
And that would have been with the 2 ingredients I had you send me on Monday from what's her face?
Yep. Esmeralda?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think this one requires 2. It's the Wondrous requires 2 hours crafting time, 1 check with a DC 16.
What do you know what the thing is called?
Wondrous Feast. It's part of the Uncommon Feast.
Uncommon Feast. Got it.
So it's the Wondrous one, so it's the 2nd level, pretty much.
Nice. I have. Okay, Luna. I know you're excited. I have added it to your inventory. You can mark off the items. Esmeralda would actually kind of guide you in this. She's actually also proficient in cooking tools.
Oh, cool. So no check for it?
Nope.
Awesome.
Unless you want to roll a d20 and see what happens, that's cool too.
Well, because the idea was to make enough for everybody, right?
Yep, there'd be enough for everybody.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if that's, yeah.
Never
Cool.
preach to the
I'm
choir.
cool with that.
All right. Awesome.
So.
Anything else anyone wants to do on the journey there? It's a 2.5-hour journey.
Is that enough time to level up? Can I level up in 2.5 hours?
It was a question that John had as well.
I mean, look, milestone wise, we made it up the mountain and back down the mountain. I'd say that's a pretty big milestone.
Yep.
Just saying.
We let Casimir escape, and we could have stopped him.
We
Yeah.
could have stopped him
Yeah, we know.
multiple times.
We know.
Multiple times.
We know.
I had that one vote. I'm still salty. The one against.
When I think about the milestones, help or stop Vilnius, that didn't happen. You killed the hags, but you didn't find out what happened to the other hags. You didn't cure the village yet. You didn't stop
that
or
would've
help
been big.
Casimir. You did find the holy relic, which that is definitely part of the milestone. So that part's really good. But there's still some loose threads you think need.
Should have went to Kresk and purified it before teleporting, or then teleporting to Vallaki.
We just didn't have a lot of
Here we
time.
are. We're all right.
Yeah, you're all right.
Mercer did
We can
and
teleport
said
there.
what he totally would have done.
We know.
This is my baby, okay?
Look at
Well,
all.
I mean,
Look at all these nice, villagers.
Let's go complete some milestones, guys.
wait, no, Jeff. Oh, I thought he was gonna start drawing flames and explosions and stuff.
All right.
Oh,
Did Reeves not need
Before
any
we-
help with the roll, or is not 2 hours not enough?
I think you did something else that,
You rested.
Oh yes, yes.
yeah,
yes.
and I failed my roll, so I'm at 1 fail right now.
there
Yikes.
is some benefits if everybody is eating the feast or the meal that Lisbeth prepared. It basically allows you to trade in any of your hit dice. So at this
For
level-
like cash them in
So
for
for-
HP.
for cash them in, so you can do one of 3 things. You can either cash them in and gain temporary HP. You can trade 3 hit dice for an additional 2nd level spell slot,
Ooh.
or you can gain a point that can be expended like an inspiration by trading 4 hit dice.
How many hit dice do I have?
Jeff,
9.
that's the one you gave us when Merek made the fire in Chance's hut. You gave us that option, remember?
Chances hut.
Yeah, and Merek made a fire, and you were like, "Oh, that's a cool piece of roleplay." After we were all like tired and stuff,
Yeah.
and I was
don't think
dragging like
I don't think it was
if-
from this, but
It was
It was-
similar.
No,
I
no,
don't think it was the
was
exact
similar.
same. Yeah.
We could
you
trade
have
hit for
9 hit
eight-
dice. Not.
Can I trade 8 of them for 2 inspiration points?
You definitely can.
I never use my hit dice.
I
All right.
also don't.
That's
Okay.
why I
You
was
said
hoping
How
that?
to
many
make
You
this.
say that?
How many for
I know. I say that
second
now,
level
and now I'm
You
gonna
say
really
that now.
wish. I'm gonna really wish
Okay.
I had them.
You need
Yeah.
3 hit dice for a second level spell slot.
Okay, I will do 1 second level spell slot.
Okay. We'll mark off 3 hit
So I
dice.
need to be at 6. Yeah.
I have 9, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I will do a second level spell slot as well.
Okay.
Everyone's
For
doing it.
Mercer. Or Cormac.
Mercer.
Okay.
It's the best thing I can make to kind of give.
So
Damn good.
It's a really
Cormac-
good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
yeah,
Cormac will
what?
also do that. Yes. Because of stuff and things.
It lasts. The hit dice thing lasts for 24 hours, right?
The temporary hit points.
Yeah.
The temporary hit points.
I mean, the
Yeah.
meal says you come sated for the next 24 hours, so
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, makes sense.
that's what actually I would like to do. You roll a d6, and that's how many hit dice you have to trade in order to get temporary HP equal to the value rolled.
Any benefits from a feast fades after 24 hours. Yeah.
So hit points, 1 second level spell slot, and what was the third option?
Gain a point that can be expended like an inspiration, and you need to train in 4 hit dice for that.
So we
I will
can't
do-
like mix and match, can we?
That I don't know. That's up to Jeff.
How?
What does it say?
Also, if Reeves is getting or doing it twice, does that mean he has to eat it twice?
No, I think you can mix and match.
I feel like the hit dice are
limitation
just
is
a currency.
Your hit dice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just a currency.
your hit-
Okay, so how much was the spell slot one again?
3.
3 for second level.
Do it thrice.
I will take a single inspiration.
How much is the inspiration?
4.
4 hit dice. Well, wait. How
Reeves
many do I
did it
have?
twice.
You have 9
Yeah, okay,
total.
okay. 5 left. Great.
Your boy's gonna
Yeah.
roll tonight.
Yeah, I'm happy with like keeping a few hit dice. You know.
How do I know how many? Oh, there. Jeff, I'll take an extra point of inspiration too, so I'm down to
Cool.
just 5 hit dice. That's mine.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, I will take the hit point and the inspiration.
So the hit points is 2 points, right? So you're
Yeah.
using all of your.
Wait, no, 3. Oh yeah, so it's 2. It's 2 minimum. Is that what it is, or?
For the hit
No,
point
you can just pick.
benefits.
Yeah, because I'll use 4 for the 4 for the inspiration. Yeah, you're right, Jeff. Sorry, I did the math wrong.
Math is hard. Okay.
Yeah, I'm tired. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
4 for the inspiration and 2 for the hit point.
So per hit die traded. So you
Yeah,
actually get
that's-
so you can just trade 5
Yeah.
if you want. You don't need to use all 6.
Well, I want the extra inspiration, so I'll use 4 for that and
Yep.
2 for the hit point.
So okay. Yep. So in that case, you get to roll 2d6.
Come on, big money. Wow.
Hmm.
Nice luck.
Remember for
Do you want to use
we're
your
taking-
inspiration that you just bought to reroll?
Hey, here. You know what? You had a 1 on one of those, right? I'll use
Yeah.
I'll use my special dice on that. You get a 6 for that.
Ooh.
You're starting to owe me back for playing hot potato with that necklace.
All right.
Sorry.
Anything else anyone wants to do?
Thomas was gonna say.
Oh, yep.
Everyone's made their bargain, so it doesn't matter. It's too late.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
He was
No,
gonna
I
say
was,
something like,
I was just gonna remind people that now I only have one hit dice. When we take a long rest, you only have one hit dice.
"Yep,
So that's it.
Deal with the devil.
Yeah.
I'll use my
Alright.
But I guess
inspiration on it.
we gotta live that long, so the inspiration's good.
It's true.
If
Gotta
Reeves
love
dies because he doesn't have any hit points or hit dice left, I'm just gonna leave you there."
All right. What would you all like to do as you pull up to the gates of?
Oh, Mercer is busting out of the seat and through the door of the cart to approach the guards.
Okay. I'm just gonna put the map marker. See it, right?
Yep.
This is you all entering the town. Okay, great. So as you run up to the guards, they kind of nod at you and welcome you back.
Hey, what's the word? Is he here?
They like look around. Who?
Casimir. Have you seen him in town?
They actually they tell you they haven't seen him like for months.
All right, I need you to spread the word. Get all the lads together. We might have a confrontation coming up quite soon.
And why are we like they seem super confused.
Don't worry about it now. Just do what I say.
Yeah, they kind of nod. You see one of them kind of runs off, and the other one stays obviously behind.
If he's not here, he may be at the Vallaki camp.
Hey, that's true, but I need to make sure that this town is secured before we head that way. And Mercer actually will probably split from the party to go to, like, I don't know how long this will take, but to try and notify as many important officials that he's kind of appointed, letting them know, like, to be ready to getting ready to move people to the church and things like that, and into the basement of the church.
Okay.
To potentially hide as many citizens as possible.
Okay. And so you like what specifically do you tell them? Just to wait to do that or to start doing that?
Basically to start doing that.
Okay.
To start trying to get as many people towards the church as possible. I don't know how many people can fit in that basement, but definitely I would urge the women and children to be like Helm's Deep style, like in the fucking basement, while any able-bodied guard or man ready to defend the town if possible.
Sorry, Chance, you got to go in the basement.
Hell no, H2O.
Not to interject, but wouldn't that be making his job easier if you group all the people together?
Not necessarily.
Ooh.
Could be though. If he's got one good spell in that basement.
Most spells are AoEs, aren't they?
Not most spells.
Like,
There
well,
are
like
few
could do
spells.
stuff. I mean, like could do
Yes.
stuff like this. It would be there's still like an area of effect, and if you group
What
everybody,
Mercer's thinking is if there's and his logic on this is if we can fortify one point with as many people as possible, then we stand in between him and them. The chances are there are going to be people that die. Mercer's just trying to mitigate that as much as possible if something does happen. The basement is pretty secured. Mercer did fix it up quite well. So it would take a little bit of time for him to get there. But at least some of the town would be safe.
So before maybe while you're doing this, if you run off, I would suggest to the party that we go check where we know the teleportation circle to be.
Mhm.
Oh.
Which we
Good
know
idea.
that it was in what's
The
his
Baron's attic.
The Baron's house.
name?
Yeah.
The Baron's
Mhm.
house.
that makes sense then.
Do we want to do that as a separate while Mercer's running around?
Probably for the best in case Casimir shows up at that circle.
Yeah, we'll let
Yep.
Mercer protect his people, and we can start going after Casimir.
Or we can look for evidence of Casimir already being here, maybe
Yep.
sneaking around.
And Mercer, while he's running around town, would definitely be keeping an ear out for any fights or battles or anything like that, and be ready and like able to run towards that direction at the drop of a hat,
Okay.
or the drop of a beard hair, as a dwarf would say, I guess.
All right. Yeah, as you look around the town and as you spread the word, the rest of you heading to the Baron's house, find your way on the second floor in kind of the master bedroom, and once again you take the ladder up to the attic. As you make your way through the attic, the most perceptive amongst you would most definitely notice footprints in the dust in the attic.
Can we try to track them? Like, where do they go? Do they disappear from magic or
They
something?
do not disappear, but they head. They clearly lead from the teleportation circle to the
Into the-
stairs.
All right, well, he's here.
I can track him. I have humanoids as my favorite enemy, and if he's undead, he is also that.
Yes, would he be
Yeah.
considered undead in this scenario?
I don't think we know yet.
You are
I
not
That's
don't
sure.
true.
know if it's
That's
the same
fair.
thing as Strahd or if it was.
It's worth a shot.
Well, did he seem undead in the flash that we saw him before he teleported? Would we have caught anything weird in that moment?
Good point.
His face more wary and tired, but not
Obviously.
obviously undead.
People would have said the same thing about us when we left.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Yeah. Or right now.
Facts.
Yeah, so I have advantage to track them on survival checks. So would the party like me to track him?
I'd like you to
Before
try.
we-
Most
You said
def.
the footprints are going down the stairs, like
so
opposite of where
the-
we just left, or
Let me share this.
He clearly came through here. We haven't figured out where he went from here, and that's what we're trying to do right now.
I feel like the main part of the house is kept tidier
But
than the attic
He
stairs.
is
There you go.
in the town.
So here's
Oh,
the attic.
was.
Wow.
So the doorway that leads this doorway, this doorway
Don't touch it.
that you came through, is over here, and you see footprints kind of lead to here. And in this room here, there's like basically a ladder that goes down to the main bedroom on the
now I
second floor.
understand more. Okay, thank you.
And so if I go to this scene, the hallway on this far end is like bedroom is this way. But in the bedroom, which I can even put you all on, which is here. I've put some of you in the wall, but I will.
Is he in the bedroom?
Basically, once you climb down, you do not see any footprints from here.
Because that is where the magic happens.
He's just
You're
taking a
banned.
nap.
Yeah, he's actually just under the covers taking a nap. He's like, I'm so tired.
That's what they say on
No.
cribs, right? All the time.
Don't blame him.
Can I? He can turn himself invisible. I mean, that's well within the realm of his capabilities.
He can fly. He could fly. He could turn himself invisible. So kind of with the things we know magically, is there any obvious signs?
There are not.
Like a window open, ajar?
Nothing.
Reeves doesn't hear any breathing from
Was
somewhere.
there- was
He's
there-
getting right behind you. No.
Was there
No, you-
anybody in the Baron's house? Because the Baron's
there,
house would have been the center of operations, probably
Yeah.
for my.
yeah,
thinking.
there's people like walking around, and if you were to ask them, they haven't seen or heard anything.
So he didn't walk out the front door.
He could have walked out invisible.
Mm.
Yeah, but they might have heard something.
It would still leave footprints or like dust prints or whatever, though. But if it's like a very used door, probably less.
Those
where else would he go?
Those with Arcana would know of many spells that
Mhm.
That-
Conceal that.
and-
Yeah.
conceal that.
Pass without trace. Prestidigitation, whatever. Yeah, list it. So he came through here. he could be in the town. I guess I would like to think a little more deeply about what we know about Casimir and what he asked us to do. And would we really expect him to just slaughter the town, or would he have some other target to like justify his? So I got to turn down Discord, Sirenscape.
Oh.
No, it's on
turn it
me.
down.
It's on me. I had it way up for the battle music earlier. Yeah, but is there like kind of knowing what we know about him and his ethos, even if he might have become evil, or do we have any like? Is there any ideas of where he might go to do this? The one thing I think is, does he need to resurrect these people where they were killed, or can he do it anywhere?
Also,
And
to
are they-
that point, Travis, sorry not to interrupt, but on your same point, do we know that if he has to resurrect them first before killing them, or has to kill the people first before resurrecting?
Yeah, I don't know. Those are kind of questions.
Is he going to come back with an army of undead that he's going to turn living?
Yeah.
You do have the, well, I think Reeves, you have the book, specifically on
These
some of
gods.
the vestiges.
Yeah.
You would know that he is able to raise from the dead before, but it is once like basically for every person that is raised from the dead, you need basically whoever whoever
Receives
cast
the
the
gift.
spell needs to then murder an innocent stranger, and you believe maybe stranger is a key word, and then specifically dedicate their soul to Zadun.
He lived in Vallaki, right?
So
No.
he lived in a camp just outside of Vallaki, which I think
So he wouldn't go after them if they're not strangers.
Well, he was a
They are.
recluse.
He didn't talk to them.
Yeah, he said himself that he wasn't part of their camp. They didn't accept him.
Okay,
I don't think
so
he had any love. I don't think he had any love for them either. I don't
No.
So
think
he kind of lived he lived in one of these houses. This used to be, all the small houses here used to be part of the village of where his people lived, and the Vistani kind of made this makeshift camp, this caravan here in this in the center, because he was the only resident of the
Alright.
houses.
So maybe he did go to the camp then if he doesn't care about them.
So here's what we do though. All right, Lisbeth, you alter yourself to look like Casimir, and we just introduce you to everyone in the town. That way, they're not strangers.
that
I don't think
plan is
that's
very systematic, but that might take forever.
No, they're all gathered in the church. You just have to do it once.
take
Well,
Put-
is
take this
Cormac
mic.
Put him on
suggesting
the altar and just go, ladies and gentlemen.
speed dating. When you hear the bell, move along.
Yeah.
So I'm suspicious that he's going to try to raise them first.
Yeah, he would go to the camp, raise them, because that's probably where they are, if that was their village.
I think so.
And
I don't know why I rolled that. I didn't click
he-
anything.
He
like
likely
it.
doesn't know a lot of the people at the Vistani camp, if there's still anyone there. He could probably kill a few of them with his
All of them.
risen army.
Seems like a good place to start with a smaller group of people.
Yep. Where's the camp at?
What about Chance or Merek? What do you guys think? Cormac?
I feel like probably the smaller group, and then it just makes me wonder if he doesn't care that much about them. Why is he resurrecting them? I guess maybe just his guilt is that heavy.
No,
he
it's
cares about his family. It's that he
Yeah.
doesn't care about the Vistani.
Yeah.
that are
Yeah.
active.
he actually spoke
Yeah.
about them with disdain when we were talking to him. Like he
Yeah.
kind of
The
disparaged
night
them.
the night that Reeves ran away, Merek didn't know anything about Casimir, and I picked up that he was just like Vistani.
Yeah.
Sorry, stream, you can't see my hands doing normal people hand things.
It was very obscene.
So,
Yeah, it was very.
so I think we make our way to the Vistani
Yeah.
camp, but I think we have to check in with Mercer and see if he's going to come with us or if he would stay here.
Merek agrees and is going to go visit Porcelain for a second.
Okay. So yeah,
Okay.
let's go
Yeah.
find Mercer and then
He
have that
muted us, not
conversation.
himself. There.
All right.
Um,
So yeah, when they
Got a
check
bit of
back in
cat-
with Mercer, you've been running around town, talking to locals, talking to even some of the, we wouldn't call them noble families, but maybe slightly better off families in town, who agreed to help spread the word. You do start to see an influx of people heading towards the church.
Yeah.
Right. Would there be, because I don't really know this just off the top of my head, but would there be certain individuals that I could rely on to finish this task as best as possible
Yeah, you believe so.
while giving them directions that like guards need to be posted outside, constant on look in the sky, and I would give them all like a depiction of Casimir, of what he looks like if he's still looking like himself. But what he normally looks like.
And
Yep.
he's
and I would
likely coming
imagine
back
that-
with a small army.
Right. I would definitely just try to lay out all those details to them and let them know that well, I'll be back. I'm just going to go investigate where he might be. But we'll be back as quickly as possible.
All right. So everybody's in agreement to head to the camp.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
we left Esmeralda and was Van Richten with us too?
They're both still with you. Yep.
I would
So
invite
do
them to
we-
come along.
Is it close enough that we would want to take the cart there, or do we go through the woods on foot?
It's probably you believe it's faster through the woods on foot.
Okay,
You think it's maybe about 45 minutes to.
let's do that.
Okay.
Plus,
Wait,
don't
check
forget,
what
you
time
can't
of
get
day is
lost
it?
and slowed down with
It's
Uh,
roads.
nighttime.
With travel, it is 5:51.
Cool. Cool. So it's
Try to
dark.
get there, but it's always
It's nighttime.
Try to get there
Okay.
before it's dark, but it's
Before
dark.
it's dark. Okay. We're
Yeah.
running.
Esmeralda, if you would like to come along, I can show you just how powerful I am.
She
We're
kind of
still trying, eh?
she kind of chuckles, and Van Richten whispers this to you, Bith.
Who?
Sorry, wrong thing. There we go.
I'm like waiting for you to say it, and I'm like, why is it quiet?
Yep. No.
Lisbeth just tries to hide a short like kind of chuckle and like.
All right. As you venture to the camp,
I'm sorry, but
on-
was she flirting with Lisbeth or?
No,
it was Van
It was
Richten.
Van Richten.
It's Van Richten.
Her
he
mentor.
was whispering to me.
So as you head to the Vistani camp, traveling through the woods, it is surprisingly quiet in this part of town. Not even the ravens can be heard as you travel through the woods. When you do get to the camp, you notice just like before, the main tent of the camp appears to have some life from within it, but all else appears quiet. What would you like to do?
Like cautiously, quietly, maybe approach the tent or the place where we see life.
Okay. Let's use this one yet. As you approach the central tent, you notice voices coming from within. The voice that you immediately hear is that of Alex. If you remember, Alex was the young boy who had been blamed for losing Arabella originally.
Got beat.
He did. You also hear another familiar voice in that of Aragal, Luvash's brother. They seem to be in some sort of discussion. You can hear some chatter of, you believe, 3 other Vistani who are just maybe in a different part of the tent. They seem to be just having a conversation. there is no sign of Casimir.
This
Wow.
fucking guy.
You know, this reminds me a lot of where my family came from.
Kind of hearing those voices, Sid would more recede back to the sit middle or back of the group.
Refresher, who is this guy?
So Aragol is, if you give me 1 second, I can actually send you a picture. So
The guy we saw die in the mist when we had saved his daughter from the werewolves.
Yes.
It's his brother.
Yeah.
So Luvash is the guy on the right
Oh,
side there.
fuck.
Him along with his daughter were the ones you saw in the mist. There was I'm trying to think who else, but for certain, a previous adventure that was part of the group had brought forward a second letter, a letter that was written by the Baron, or by basically the burgomaster, the mayor of the village of Barovia, the first village that the group went to. Now, the group had found a letter from the mayor on a messenger in the woods when they first arrived, and this adventurer, this other player in the group, had a second letter also penned by the mayor, and it was very clear that the one that the player had was a forgery. When that player and the group first arrived here, the man who handed that player the letter outside the mists was Aragol, which that letter basically told that player that they were invited to come here to Barovia to help like the mayor's daughter, which was Irina. And it was clear that that letter was a forgery because the real letter from the mayor told everyone not to come here, only come back in hundreds of years when everybody is long gone.
Did we ever find the motivation behind delivering the forgery and trying to lure us?
You did not. But it is clear that Aragol delivered that forged letter to lure some of your party here.
We never confronted him about that.
You did not, but you do remember that his people, the Vistani, have a deal with Strahd for the fact that the Vistani people saved Strahd's life many hundreds of years ago when Strahd was wounded in a battle that you all witnessed in the vision in the book. But yeah, you never confronted or asked him about that.
Before we try to go in there or anything, do we, looking down at Casimir's hut, is it look dark?
It is dark, yeah.
Unopened? There could be a
Uh,
clue there of what he might do, but does it look like anything's happened there?
Not that you can tell, no.
Yeah. We got to find out where the gravesite is. Whether the people in the Vistani camp know it, or if we can find a clue at his hut. I feel like asking the people is probably a faster way than
Watch it
investigating.
be in Crest.
God.
Don't do that. I already had that thought.
I was thinking the mongrel things or whatever they are might be strangers.
But does he know about that?
I don't know. It is a concern, but he transported to Vallaki, not to Kresk. Maybe he didn't know how to go to Kresk.
Honestly, if
We'll
he
see.
kills them, I wouldn't care too much.
Yeah,
We almost did. We almost made the conscious decision to just kill them
Yeah.
because.
All right. Well, I think Sid has a good idea. Maybe whoever knows these people better, maybe you need to go into the tent and talk to them while the others can potentially investigate Casimir's house to determine whether or not there might be a clue.
Happy sneaking Casimir.
Esmeralda's not on good terms with the Vistani, is she?
She is not, and she would actually stay at the tree line.
Okay.
I think she's done that before.
I will be happy to stay with Esmeralda, just to keep watch.
Merek will stay and keep watch.
Yeah. Reeves is gonna say keep walking, Cyrano.
You were just jealous.
I will not. Sid is not gonna go speak with the brothers, or with the. He is
Aragon.
kind of like
What's his name again?
does not seem
Aragon.
thrilled about speaking to Arabella's uncle.
I can do it. I don't know these people.
Reeves will volunteer to do that conversation.
Was Cormac was there when they died, right? So does Cormac know the relation between them?
Nope, no idea.
I'd imagine you'd
Cormac.
probably be mentioning that, I guess, on the way here, or is that something
Yeah,
that-
I like we'd fill the team up on our way here. Of what's
Okay.
the connections between all the people they've met and who are here?
So if we're gonna split the party, it's not split very far, right? If we
Oh,
split
God.
to go to the hut, it's like
3
like
rounds to get to each other.
100 feet away, 300 feet
Well,
away.
I think we don't need to split that many. I think maybe 1 or 2 going to Casimir's place would be efficient. I mean, it's not that large of a place.
I'm not sending one person anywhere.
No, 2 people. I'm saying 2 people.
Yeah.
Send 2 people.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the camp is safer. Like we've saved a lot of people from this village from those werewolves.
It's
Fair.
true.
We are heroes here.
Actually, are the kids? Did any survive?
No.
God damn it!
No, they all murdered them when they saw us, and the only
No,
reason
we released some from the cages.
You're
before that,
absolutely right. You're absolutely
no,
right.
we
We saved a few.
We did
We-
not release.
We did not release them, and they were turned into tiny baby wolves
Yeah,
by
that's right.
the Piper guy, and I
And-
shattered all of them.
We killed them.
After yeah,
We killed them.
Yeah.
Didn't some of them though? No, didn't only the ones who had
No.
already turned came
Yeah,
after
but
us, and then the ones who didn't left the cave? Didn't we save a few of them?
Yes. No, the ones that were already turned, we ended up killing, and then there was only, I
thought
think,
she
a
was the only one
few.
who made it out.
She was the only one who made it out,
yeah, because you turned her into an ape and told her to GTFO.
and the big werewolf dude slaughtered all the rest of them in front of our eyes
Yeah,
before
the
we
pit-
could even rescue them.
Yeah,
So
the
she
pit
was the
kids
only
were all.
one to survive.
Yeah, the pit
Damn.
kids were the ones murdered in front of our eyes.
And really, she only survived because you turned her into a giant ape.
Yeah.
Yes, and then she died. So none
then-
of them technically
yeah.
survived.
Okay, maybe we're
Is
not
there
heroes, but we're allies.
Is there any kids left in Barovia? Is my question.
Are there any kids left in Barovia? Is that your question?
Like Mercer said, like women and children from like Crest, I guess, right? So there's some there.
There's some in Crest. There's some in
Okay.
Vallaki. Yeah.
We haven't killed all the children.
Okay.
This
Okay.
There's
is
only
a-
the children of the orphanage that you guys killed, and
Merek was
the
no
mayor's
part
the
of
mayor's
that.
son.
No. We didn't kill them. We just didn't save them, and that's not our fault.
You
I
know
mean,
when,
we
like,
saw the
lied to
killer.
me,
We
like,
saw
like,
the
I
killer
also-
that night with a knife, being crazy, and we walked away. We're like, oh, this is fine.
Sid's definitely
Let's
not
just
going
say
there.
we're
All right.
we're not very kid friendly. All right.
No.
Um,
All right. Let's do something.
so who wants to go investigate? Who would be the best 2 people to go investigate Casimir's place?
I think Chance and Sid have said they would go to investigate Casimir's place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lisbeth is
So-
going to go where the talking is because he's better at that.
So yeah. So that's the plan. Chance and Sid will go to Casimir's place. The rest of us will go investigate and potentially interrogate the other Vallaki. Or the other
The
Vistani.
Vistani.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it.
Words and things.
all right. Those of you heading to Casimir's home, as you approach, it is all quiet and dark. As you push the door open, it does not even appear that he locked it, you believe. You know that is slightly surprising, specifically because the Vistani people are, at least some of them, you think that there are better Vistani people and not so great Vistani people. You think that this
I would assume-
specific camp
He
of
didn't-
people
yeah.
are maybe not as trustworthy as the ones that you met that Madame Eva is a part of. I believe they are two separate kind of clans of the same type of people. You think that they maybe have, yeah,
Sticky fingers.
taken things. Yeah.
Some
So,
unsavory
so I
members.
So yeah, it's a surprise to you that it's not locked.
My immediate reaction is to assume he did not intend on returning here or living.
Exactly.
That's my thought.
So, it's a chance that he may not be here, but we could look for any clues of what his intentions might be.
Let's go inside.
Yeah. We'll just go inside, and if we don't see anyone,
So let's look for like not any written document or
yeah, like a diary, documents, maps, keepsakes, anything that would
Yep.
indicate where maybe he went
Okay.
or would be interested in going.
As you enter, it's as if he knew you were coming.
oh my
On the
God.
table, I wouldn't call it like a welcome basket, but if you recall, the last time you visited, he had just baked a fresh loaf of bread. On the table, there is not only a fresh loaf of bread, cut and ready to be eaten. There's also a letter placed, and it is sealed, and it is penned to Reeves.
Oh my God.
It's the deed to his house.
Do we see
Another
nothing
house.
else? Like
So Sid and
this might be a
Sid-
distraction. Is there anything else in the room as we pan around? Like we'll grab the letter, obviously.
Roll an investigation check.
Well, his intention was for us to stop him when he left, I think. So I
Okay,
think if
maybe.
we find words from before then, we might be able to trust them. But
Yeah, when you look around, Chance, what are you specifically looking for?
First Chance will be looking for like potion stuff, any
Okay.
essences or anything she can grab. But she's also, just looking for like keepsakes, bracelets, necklaces, anything
Okay.
written down, like
Yeah.
specific journal or book or anything that could indicate like he was like pre-planning do this, or
Okay.
if he really wants us to stop him, kind of thing.
So with a 25, you would find two things. The first is that in a small hidden compartment in the dresser, you find what appears to be a collection of different items, different artifacts. You believe you see some different daggers, some ancient scrolls, some pieces of parchment with just like ancient symbols on them. You think, based on looking at them, that there's maybe a collection of 10, 15 of these sorts of items. You think it is likely that he tried almost everything else to bring his family back. You think that these are specifically ritualistic type artifacts that he attempted to use. The second thing that you find is a torn kind of torn paper that is kind of laying in the fireplace.
Oh,
It is half burned.
I will get Sid's attention about the paper and things that I found, and we'll kind of just rummage through together to figure out like what we would like to take. So obviously there's some stuff that had symbols and different writing and stuff. So like we're thinking of Mercer, or particular people that would want to use items.
Okay.
And also the fact that you said they're kind of ritualistic, like we could, if we ever need to present any offerings or things like that, we could possibly use.
is there anything in there that looks obviously like spell components?
Not that you can tell, no.
Not that I would probably use. So I'll grab the piece of paper and read what's left of it.
Okay. When you look at it, it is blank.
Lies. Magic.
I will. Is there any? There's no flame or anything. Anyone got a light or a candle?
Do you have a tinderbox in your inventory?
Maybe.
I
Yes. Can I basically put a create a flame and hold it up behind it or near it, but not try to burn it?
Yeah.
Still blank paper.
As you take a look, you notice that this previously was clearly a map of Vallaki. You notice that there are different markings on the map, almost pointing out like key locations.
He's gonna try to do. Do I think he looks like he's gonna do a ritual of some kind?
You're not entirely sure, but it is most definitely clear that there, like I said, there's markings that hold some sort of significance.
Yeah. Are there any near landmarks that I would know or obvious?
Yeah.
Or they
So
just
like
seem
there's
random?
like a marking on the mayor's house, on the Blue Water Inn, on the orphanage, on the church, on the Watcher's home, and on the town square. Oh, and also stockyards.
I'll just look at Chance and say we gotta go.
Yeah,
And-
let's take whatever we want to take. Get the letter for Reeves. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
So whatever we're like able to pick up, Jeff.
Okay. Yeah. You keep cutting out, by the way.
Why? Hello?
Not cutting out
Hello.
for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine on my end. Unlike last Monday, 2 days ago.
I was just saying, yeah, whatever like you're letting us take from the list of things you said, I'll put in my backpack.
Okay. Yeah. So you, like I said, you find a handful of those like ceremonial daggers, papers with runes on them, but nothing you think that is actually of use to you.
We're
Okay.
definitely taking the piece of paper from the fireplace and the letter.
And the loaf of bread.
I was gonna say, are we taking the bread? Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, head for. I guess
We're
we'll
going back.
Yep.
Back to the tent.
All right. Those of you heading to the tent, what would you like to do as you maybe approach the entrance?
Reeves is gonna just like gesture to everybody to be like, let's not go in here hot and aggressive. Let's these people have been through a lot lately. So Reeves will take off his cowl and go into the main tent.
Okay.
Are we going to, if it comes up, and I don't know if they're going to ask, but do we want to mention anything about the others?
They know what happened. We left with them. Like we said our goodbyes before we brought Duval or whatever his name is to the mist.
Yeah, but they don't know what happened in Mist.
Oh, we're here to ask about Casimir. I think that should just be it.
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
I think we all
Reeves-
should be on the same page.
Reeves is gonna break the news to them. They might also know because I think their deal with Strahd is done.
Oh.
I don't think they have the ability to cross the mists anymore. It's something I plan on discussing with them. But they need to know if they don't know.
All right. I think I put you guys all on the map.
Better you than me. I guess.
I should not be there.
Yeah, that's fine, just so you can actually see.
Yeah.
Or was
Oh,
she staying in
yeah.
darkness the whole time?
I suppose you have a good point there, Jeff. This is why you run the show and not me.
All good, all good. So, what would you all like to do? Are you heading inside? And just
I guess so.
confirming it's Reeves and Cormac basically here.
And Lisbeth, I think.
And Lisbeth, yeah.
Elizabeth as well. Cool.
Yeah. I'm just gonna follow Reeves.
All right.
Reeves is cute.
Mercer's there, but he probably wouldn't be saying too much.
Okay.
He's tried to contact the Vistani people a few times and tried to incorporate them into Vallaki, but he's trying to remain as neutral as possible because he would still like to keep them as allies. So I might actually just stay outside the tent and just keep watch outside the tent for
Okay.
Casimir in case he shows up. I'll just do that.
All right.
Yeah.
Then I'm assuming Sid and I will probably walk up to where Mercer is, like as
So,
we make our way back.
this is while you're investigating, basically.
Yep, like
Yeah.
on the way back. If
I
he's still
feel
there,
like you guys will interrupt us whenever
most
whenever
likely.
that time comes. That
So
yeah.
Cormac is just chilling there. All right.
Nope. Mercer's
Mercer
there.
is-
Cormac is in.
Oh, I see.
There we go.
I'll put everybody in just so you can all still see. There you go. Hopefully that works. Cool. And think, yeah, Alexei is here as well. He will just be shown as this guy. Cool. When you enter, you notice like all of the chatter in the tent just immediately stops when you approach. Ergal kind of stands up and says, "You all should not be here. Do you not remember? You were meant to bring wine."
1 second, please.
Who says we don't have it?
Do we still have champagne?
I don't think I do.
For the sheer fact there are no barrels, I assume you have not brought wine.
I wish we did. Unfortunately, we're here for more pressing matters. And I gesture. Are there like chairs or anywhere that we can sit?
Not really. Like you see, they're mostly like just sitting on like cots.
And I guess I'll gesture to the people with me to just kind of like, let's get closer. We probably shouldn't be having this conversation across the room. And I can't move, but maybe we walk up to them.
You can't move? What about now?
Yeah, there we go. We'll kind of make our way over and say there've been some goings on lately. Casimir has been practicing some dark magic. He's been swayed by dark forces and made a deal with someone that could have grave consequences for your camp. Have you seen him anywhere?
You see Casimir, do you? Well, I might have a bit of information for you, but comes at a price. Of course.
What is your price, friend?
Wine. Wine does seem quite good right now, quite thirsty.
Erigal,
Well,
I don't have
there's a-
time. I don't have time to play these games with you. I have some important information for you and your tribe that could mean life or death for every last one of you in this camp. Has anyone returned from the mists lately? Has anyone been able to leave and return as you normally would?
Yes, we come and go as we please.
Have you heard of what happened to your brother?
That coward. Yes, I heard. He set out maybe a bit more than a 10-day ago to flee to live what he calls a better life. If there's any other life he knew.
And
Yes, but do you know end result of that?
Ergal, I'm sorry, your brother and your
Well,
niece.
look, Cormac will like hold his finger up to Reeves, just like kind of like give him a quick kick and grab onto him. Do you know the end result of that?
We're lucky the wolves got to him.
But see, he did survive the wolves. He made it past the wolves,
As did Arabella.
as did Arabella. Yes. Do you
You notice
know?
as you say that, Alexei kind of like lets out this not ultra noticeable, but you would immediately notice Cormac and Reeves as well, like this sigh of relief.
How about this, friend? We trade information for information. We know a little something that you want to know, and you know a little something that we want to know. I'd say that's a pretty fair trade, yes?
And what is it that I wish to know?
The fate of your people, the fate of your brother,
I told
where
you.
they are, what they are doing, and how it may potentially affect you.
I
These
told
are
you
just
what they're doing, what that coward is doing. It's no matter to me.
I would beg to differ. I really would.
Listen, if you do not have wine or anything my people actually want, you have no business here.
I think we do.
And
You
I
notice
think
he kind of like starts to put a hand kind of where his dagger is.
That would not be wise.
And he kind of just smirks.
Alexei, speak reason. We
I can have a T-Rex in here in 6 seconds.
Cormac, we didn't come here for violence. We came here for information. And obviously, Aragal doesn't care what happened to his kin, to his niece. And maybe it's best we leave. And I'm gonna make eye contact with Alexei. And I don't know if I can do maybe like a sleight of hand to make a gesture to him, or
Sleight of
just
eye.
make
Sleight of eye.
bedroom eyes at him to say, I just want to make sign that we should talk.
Okay. Yeah. Go and roll a sleight hand.
22.
Okay. Yeah, as far as you could tell, nobody seems to notice kind of the gesture that you make.
And I'll gesture for Lisbeth and Cormac to step out of the tent. Aragal, I apologize for the intrusion. I think it's time we're on our way. There's important things to be done, but do be aware an army may be marching, and I don't think it cares who its victims are.
Have we left the tent?
Not yet,
Okay.
unless
Cormac would like to be the last one to leave the tent.
Okay.
would you like to do?
Just as everyone else leaves, I'm just gonna turn and I'm gonna look at this guy.
Roll maybe
You
an
know-
insight. Do you want to roll an insight check?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll roll an insight check. Sure, why not? Why the fuck not? It'll be terrible, as I said.
As far as you could tell, he is the most like.
Is he colder than me?
Yeah.
Then he'll appreciate the gesture. But I'm just going to turn and look at them and say, well, I met your brother, only for a short while. And coward or not, he has sealed both of your fates. Goodbye, and then leave. Just leave him on a nice little cliffhanger.
Okay. Alright.
Did he look? Did he feel like just a completely different person in that
No.
conversation? That's how he was last time we saw him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very cold last time.
You remember his Luvash was the one that was beating Alexei, and the only reason Aragorn stopped him was that Alexei was about to die, and Luvash was completely drunk.
Right. Right. Yeah, Reeves is gonna maybe gesture that we find like a quiet place over here
Cool.
or something.
Yeah.
And wait a few minutes if one of two things is gonna happen.
Yeah. As you do wait, you notice that like even when you're looking around, the rest of the camp seems very quiet. It is only them 5 here, and nobody comes out.
Can I?
Sorry, go ahead, Elizabeth.
I was gonna say, can I like look around to notice if there is any other people here?
When you look around, you do not see anybody.
Like, there's no like smoke in the huts. There's no movement or anything inside any of the buildings we walk by.
No, and the rest of the group would remember there was maybe about 30 people when you came here last time. But you do know that the Vistani are traveling people, so it's not like out of the ordinary necessarily from that perspective. But
what's the state of their their camp? Like are their wagons like worn down, or they seem like
no,
they
they
have less
seem like
supplies?
some of them seem better kept than others, but they seem to be doing quite all right.
No big difference from last time we were here.
Nope.
Would Mercer have heard the conversation inside the tent?
Roll maybe a perception check.
Or would they have told him what happened?
I would fill you in while we're waiting, at least.
I probably
Probably
heard.
both.
Probably heard.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I sneak back in after everyone leaves?
Mercer?
Yeah, not necessarily sneak, but out of sight of the rest of the party as you guys are talking, just kind of maneuver my way back in.
I'd imagine with the passive perceptions of Sid, Cormac, and Reeves.
Whether or not
probably-
they notice is irrelevant.
Yeah.
I wouldn't stop you. I trust whatever your judgment is.
I'm assuming we're not back up there yet.
Oh,
Jeff,
true.
You,
That's right.
you tell me when
Yeah.
we're back.
Nope, that's. So, yeah, only Cormac would probably notice, I would imagine. Like. But really, in a small group, they'd probably honestly notice. But I'll leave it up to them what or if they choose to do.
And I've forgotten his name already. Sorry, what was his
Aragorn.
name?
Aragorn.
Okay.
Reeves is eavesdropping now that he saw that happen, so he's listening through the tent.
I'd like to, because obviously Mercer has probably spoken with Aragorn.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna step in. I'm gonna pull out the 3 bottles of purple dragon smash that I have in my bag.
The grape smash, you mean?
The grape smash, yeah.
Purple drink.
Cool.
Purple drink.
All right.
I'm gonna just walk over to him. Not like right up in his face, but a good talking distance.
Mm-hmm. You notice when you walk in that Alexei has a cut across his face.
Aragorn. I know we've had our differences. And I know the town has not necessarily treated you the best way. And as you know, I'm trying to amend that situation. Wine is not something that we have abundance of, but I'm willing to give you what I have for the information that we need.
And what is it that you wish to know?
Casimir. Where is he? Where's he going? What is he doing?
No. Not surprised you come looking for Casimir. Rumor is he left. He went to the temple on the mountain.
I know. I was there. He accepted a very dark gift. A power that could wipe out the entire town of Vallaki. I know you two never saw eye to eye. But we're talking about innocent lives here. I need to know. Did he come back here?
He kind of holds his hands out for the bottles of wine.
I'll hand him one bottle.
He kind of looks at it and he says, not even the good stuff. Well, I could tell you that no, he did not come back here. Strangely, though, he did leave his door unlocked.
Do you have any idea where he might go with a power such as this?
Kind of pulls out, like, out of his bag, this, like, blank-looking piece of paper. He says, you can tell it's all crumbled up. He says, no, I don't, but it was odd. This was just sitting there on the table. I left the other things, but couldn't help myself. What a curious being he was. Always keeping secrets.
Hey. And I'll hold up one more bottle.
Yeah, he'll reach out to take it.
I'll hold on to it. I'm still gripping the neck. The paper.
Yeah, he kind of like tosses it like to the side, like as if it's like nothing to him.
And I'll let go.
Okay.
The last question I'm gonna ask you. And I'll leave. And I'll never come back. If you don't wish. Where did his people die?
He kind of brushes slightly past you and moves kind of the tent flap out of the way. And he points towards the mountains, but he says just like he literally points to this general area, like they all basically died here.
Would I recognize like where he's pointing at?
Like he just did you ask where they're buried or where they died?
I guess I would be asking, depending on, I would know what he needed for the spell, so whether where they died or where they're buried, whichever
Okay.
one would be more relevant.
Yeah. Okay. So so that's different. He still pulls open the tent flap, but he points basically to the woods between here and the mountains. and he says that they are all buried in a large clearing. Yeah.
All right. I will hand him the last bottle. And without a word, just give him a nod and leave the tent.
Okay.
Grabbing the paper before I leave, of course.
Okay. All right.
So I'll get rid of those things in my inventory now. Can't get drunk with Lisbeth anymore.
I'm assuming we've probably made it back up there by now.
Yep. Yeah, you'd probably all arrive at this point.
Yeah, so I think we'll come rushing up pretty quickly. And we found a few clues. And kind of hold out the paper, and then but also quickly ask what you've learned. And I don't know if I hold out this paper, does it look like the one? Well, I'll let
uncrumple.
you role play that.
When I see that paper, I will uncrumple what I have in my hand.
Okay.
Ooh. It's like a puzzle piece.
And I will hold it up to the heat as well.
National treasure style.
Yeah. Squeeze lemon juice on it.
I'll also be like a letter that's addressed to Reeves, just like, here you go, Reeves, found this right on the table with a fresh loaf of bread. Be
Reeves
careful.
is surprised and a little sad. He takes the letter.
Yeah. So with the letter that you open, Mercer, as you begin to hold the flames, you see that the letter that you have is in a language you cannot understand.
Oh, they're different. They're not. It's not like two pieces of a puzzle.
Hey, where's the wee one?
Are you
I'm looking
talking
for
about
Cormac.
Oh, it's like me or Cormac. I don't know.
You'd all be together at this point.
Sorry. So, do the two pieces, like the piece that Mercer had and the piece that we found in the fire, go together?
They do not. You believe that You believe this letter seems slightly like more like an actual letter, like a piece of parchment, as if it's written to somebody. But you obviously, like, the seal has been written off, and yeah.
Maybe we trade. Maybe realizing they're not two parts. But I think I'm trying to get him to see the Vallaki map with the markings on it.
We
so
can
I want
trade.
to show that to
Especially
Mercer.
Mercer, yeah.
So
Well,
I'll
he's
take the
gonna-
letter and look the rest of the party. Can anyone read this? What language is it? Whatever. But I'll give.
Cool.
Can you
Can any of us read it if he shows it?
Yes. If you give me one moment here. Chance, Merek, and Reeves, all three of you can read this letter.
I'm not, Jeff. I'm not there.
Oh, you're at the.
We'll just.
Yeah.
I'm with Esmeralda in the woods.
Yep. So Chance and
Reeves?
Chance and Reeves. Sorry, yeah, I was just reconfirming. Chance and Reeves, you can read this letter. It is in an ancient Elven script, and it reads as follows. Friends, as the darkness within me grows stronger, I find myself at a crossroads. The path that I have chosen, the path that leads to the mountain, is fraught with peril and sacrifice. And I fear that at that crossroads is where I may no longer be the company you deserve. Our time together has been both a burden and a blessing. I'm grateful for the moments that we shared. Not only have you shown me kindness and compassion, but you have given me company. And in that company, I caught a glimpse of the person that I once used to be, the person that I strive to be. I cannot bear to witness the consequences of my choice, and let us both hope that the darkness fully consumes me so that I am not aware of those choices. We have talked at length. You know that the weight of my past deeds haunt me, and I must face them alone. I leave now, seeking answers that may forever elude me, but remember that the bonds that we formed were not in vain. They are etched in my heart, and though our paths may diverge, they will guide me in my quest for redemption. Please accept my gratitude for your presence. I will carry those lessons, and may the light guide your path to overcome the obstacles that will be with certainty in your way. Farewell, my friends, and may our paths cross once again when the shadows have receded. In kind, Casimir.
Okay, so that was the letter that Reeves got.
That's the letter that Mercer
had. Okay, sorry. There's a lot of letters going around. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know, Chance, maybe you would have read that one out loud to the party.
Definitely.
And I'm looking at the map now, right?
Yep. Piece that's like kind of half burnt.
Yeah, you see the same as you look. You see clear markings in Vallaki to some of the most major points, like some of the major areas.
Mercer goes.
Okay.
Is that direction? Do
It is
the
not the
burial
direction where the burial site is.
That is very odd. But he also did burn it, so maybe it's like he tried and failed.
Well, I mean, Mercer doesn't know all the information about everything, so right now he's just Sid and Reeves and Chance would definitely pick up on the fact that he's like normally calm and collected. Mercer is like in a panic state at this point. He's really trying to control himself, but he doesn't seem like he can. He is just really panicking.
Reeves is going to call out, and he's going to spit back some of your own sermons at you about what you've been saying lately about pacing ourselves, not jumping in. It's better to go in with a plan than to die without one. I'll just I'm using your own words basically back at you and saying, we know, we've been doing this long enough. We can't jump into this head first. You found out where his people are buried. He needs to go to them first. You told us that yourself. We can get to him before he ever lays a foot in Vallaki. If we make a plan now, we'll be more prepared to face him. Instead of waiting for him to come to us with an army, we can prevent him from ever getting one.
Mercer just frustrated. He's just going to take out his hammer and just smash the nearest thing that's next to him. Just absolutely frustrated and paralyzed with what the right decision is. But then he's going to turn to Reeves.
Who is, by the way, his voice is shaking as he says this, and he has tears in his eyes after hearing Chance.
Aww.
Read that letter. Reeves is in tears right now, and is just trying to keep everybody together at this moment.
Yeah, because guys clicked, and you thought he was just gonna stay on the straight.
Yeah.
Now he's we're at the crossroads where we think, okay, we might have to kill him. So yeah, Chance gets it.
Mercer's just going to turn back to Reeves. Take a big inhale, puffing out his chest again, kind of stroking his beard, straighten it out, just anxiously a little bit. And just give him a firm nod that he knows what he says is right. And he will just point in the direction that we need to go.
How far does it seem like that site might be?
You're not entirely sure, but you think it could be probably more than an hour through the woods.
I'm assuming we're having this conversation like back where Merek and
Yeah.
Esmeralda
Mhm.
are. Because Merek, I think we're gonna need your tracking skills and your navigation skills.
Did you look at your letter, by the way, Reeves?
I do want to. Maybe it's like
Okay.
as soon as we kind of figure this out and start walking, Reeves is gonna open that. But I think things were just kind of like moving as we didn't really take a minute yet.
Does anyone
Yeah, 'cause-
disagree on that plan?
No.
Yeah.
It's still all speculation, so
Quick question, Jeff. Would Esmeralda have conversed with me or ignored me in the woods?
Yeah, what did Merek and Esmeralda do?
There probably would have been like some small talk here and there.
Would
she-
she?
Competition for Cormac?
I was just gonna say, would she have if Merek would have shared that he also like grew up in exile of his people being Barovian people? Would she have shared why she doesn't live with the Vistani as a point of common ground?
Yeah, so she would give you kind of a few details, but you can tell that in the presence of Van Richten, she is very specific with what word she's using.
Can you DM me those details?
She would just tell you that,
Oh.
like in general terms, that her people committed acts that she doesn't agree with, and again, she's saying so in very like politically correct ways, and that her vision of adventure like doesn't necessarily align with what her people are normally known for. Yeah.
Okay, so the last thing I'll say is Merek would have shared like some much more personal details that I won't say in front of the group in case it ever comes up.
Okay.
Because I want them to find out organically. So if she tells me more about herself, great. If not, then we can keep going with the Casimir chase.
Okay. All of you are heading through the woods then, or?
Yeah, and I guess I'll take this chance as everyone's kind of getting ready for our trek through the woods to open that letter. Maybe I'll kind of be like, I'll take a minute to myself to gather my thoughts and
okay.
read that.
Give me 1 second. I just want to confirm before this full.
Abjuration magic, I'm dead.
You immediately die. Yeah. It says as follows. Dear Reeves, I pen this farewell to you, a trusted confidant in our endeavors. Our journey has been but a delicate dance, twirling through the streets of secrets and whispered truths. I'm certain your keen mind will peel back the layers of meaning that are written. As I know I will traverse deeper into the abyss Memories of our fond journeys, both through flight and through woods, will guide my way. Your loyalty, your intuition has been but a lantern in this realm where truths are veiled in shadows. Before our cobbled paths diverge, let me impart a small truth, spoken only, let me impart a small truth, understood only by those known to navigate the underbelly of society. Within the tapestry of our encounters, there is wisdom to be found. Seek the refuge where whispered truths echo through the halls. There, like many, the paths of seekers shall converge, and let it unfurl like a lock, yielding to the deft touch of a master thief. Remember, trust the instincts, and let the secrets reveal themselves for those cunning enough to decipher them. With heartfelt gratitude for our allegiance, I bid you the most gracious farewell, until our paths, if deciphered, shall intertwine once more. And it is signed in ancient Elvish, silently waiting. Casimir.
Shit. Okay. Knowing Thieves' Cant and the skill with the double meaning there, does it sound like he's giving a literal clue as to a place in his house?
You don't think necessarily a place in his house, but most definitely a place. There were some key, some words that immediately strike you as strange.
Mm-hmm.
He explained, before our cobbled paths diverge. A very strange way to phrase something. Yeah.
So I'm thinking a fork in a cobbled road. Does that, as a location, ring any bells to Reeves?
The only cobbled streets that you have seen were in Vallaki.
Is there any key, like, forked road?
There are not, but there are some other indicators.
The lantern.
I'll send this to you so you can.
Yeah, I was having a hard time.
Yep.
Listening and trying to pull.
Yeah, yep.
Details.
Just give me 1 second. Cool. Here we go. I'm sending this to you now. And yeah, let me know what you all would like to do.
Thank you.
So I think we've kind of agreed to head to the burial site, but unless Reeves wants to redirect us, maybe. I think that's what we were kind of set up to do with the information we had.
Yep.
No, not gonna interrupt. I will I will just say I'm going to put this letter in my birdcage.
Okay. All right. As you venture for approximately a half hour through the woods, make me a survival check for a single survival check for whoever you nominate to lead the way.
I think maybe Merek, do we get
Probably
advantage with
All right.
something?
I don't know if I get advantage, but we can't get lost. We're not tired. We're not like difficult terrain. Give me a sec.
Don't you have
Difficult-
advantage if you're tracking a favorite foe?
Yes, I do that as well. Did you say, wait? Did you say track? Did you say tracking or navigating?
Navigating.
Okay, maybe.
I
But
don't.
we
I
do
think
think we do think
natural
he went this way.
explorer. Do I still have to roll it even though I have natural explorer?
Sorry, even when you're what? Sorry, when you're tracking.
No. The question is, you asked me to do a survival check for navigation, right?
Yep.
Even with natural explorer, do I still have to do it?
Yes.
That's okay. That's all I was clarifying with you.
Yep.
But your proficiency bonus is doubled, right?
Yes, it is double.
Yeah.
So add 6 to my roll.
So I think you can still become tired, right? Yeah.
Nope. Nope, we can't.
What is that from?
Stealthily when you're foraging while tracking other creatures. Could have sworn it said something oh, okay. Does not slow your group down and
No.
become sorry. Okay, so we can't get slowed. It wasn't tired. It was we can't get slowed down.
Okay.
So.
Uh,
And I forgot. Every time we foraged, we should have gotten double what we foraged for. I forgot about that.
It's,
I think we only
But
foraged
anyways,
like once.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think that's relevant
once
for
or
right
twice.
now.
Yeah, it is.
that's
it is
specifically for
irrelevant.
food, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So we add 6 to that. So 19. Do I want to use my inspiration on that? I think 19 is good enough.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Facial expression peoples, except for Jeff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll keep the 19.
All right. As you venture through the woods, you feel like you make some great ground. After approximately an hour and a half, you see some lights through the trees, and you immediately recognize it is the camp that you had set out from
damn it.
45 minutes ago.
Like,
What?
do we feel like something magical happened, or we just got turned around?
Merek would immediately tell the party that there is magic afoot because he knows he cannot get lost in these woods unless there is magic. I think that's fair, right, Jeff? Yeah.
Ugh.
It's something something turning us away from this site.
There must be, Sid, because I have no other explanation. Merek says with like utter confidence that he would not be getting lost going in such a simple direction.
Is it something from the site, or is it something keeping us here at the camp?
I would, Esmeralda, have you seen magic like this before? He seems to be a powerful wizard spellcaster person.
She shakes her head, but Van Richten will speak up, and he tells you that there is most definitely magic that not only can obscure a place, but even confuse those that would dare to go there. He will tell you of stories where, through his adventuring time, he has seen similar.
Chance will look at Cormac and be like, the thing you did last time to help Lisbeth. Do that again. Spell magic or whatever it was.
We have to cast it on or at something.
Yeah, that's the
How do
thing.
we know where that something
Yeah,
is
I
if we
don't-
don't know when we're turned around?
From a
It's a good thought.
walking
Don't know how long
perspective,
it
I mean,
is.
it's just because you're walking through the woods. Everything looks very, very similar. Like I said, it's only when you notice through the trees the lights coming from the hill
can-
that you notice that you.
Can Merek, now that Merek knows this, can I try and pinpoint more or less at how much time before we would have been like quote unquote turned around and sent back towards the camp? Like, can Merek try and figure out? You see what I'm trying to get at here in my brain?
Deduce.
Like, did we make it 10 minutes in before something happened? Did we make it half an hour?
You think at least 45 minutes.
Okay, so basically, once we got to like 45 minutes out of the camp. Okay.
At least
Well,
based on your timing.
Before we just try again, before we just slam our heads against the wall.
Yeah.
Looking at Mercer and Reeves kind of after their discussion, we've just wasted an hour and a half. Do we think of the site as a lost cause and go protect Vallaki, or do we make another attempt?
I think another attempt will be fruitless.
Van Richten, you said you've seen this before. Anything to do to counteract it?
And I will share this for those who don't remember what Van Richten actually looks like.
He looks like Clint Eastwood.
I know,
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, he looks badass.
100%.
Rename
this
Clint Eastwood
is-
visits Strahd or something.
You'll remember that in his disguise as Rictavio, this is kind of what he looked like
Ooh.
when he was staying in the room next to you all in the Blue Water Inn.
That looks like the Count from Lemony Snicket.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, it does. Wow.
That's Jim Carrey.
Yeah, it's Jim Carrey.
He tells you that those spells are quite powerful. It is usually some sort of word or phrase to dispel the magic. Usually some sort of password.
What was his sister's name?
That is a great question.
All right. If you don't have it on top of your head, that's probably not the password.
No.
Or is he tricking us
No,
with magic?
her name was Patrina.
Reeves will say that to the nothing. Do I feel any different?
You do not.
All right. It was worth a try.
Is there anything in the letters that let us know?
I was just gonna say that. Anything that stands out that's like odd, maybe.
He did leave me a message in his note to me, but it did not speak of anything to do with his tribe, his people. I think he's actually guiding me back to Vallaki.
And I'll turn to Sid. I think that answers our question.
If our goal, if we're suspect he's not there, we can go back and prepare. We can try to rest while we keep watch, but we may have to accept that we can't stop him before he raises his people, and we just have to be prepared for when they come.
Hey, well, the undead I can deal with.
What about the rest of you?
Merek agrees because from what Van Richten said, I sincerely doubt we'll be able to find a spellcaster in time, and I can guarantee you that my abilities for navigation in the forest have not diminished. But we need to save as many souls as we can in Vallaki, and we cannot chance going back into the woods and being turned around a second time.
If we're still on the side of the woods towards where the grave site would be. Reeves would like to, before we leave, would like to lay like a few noise traps on this side of the tree line, just in case some people do start coming through. It'll give the Vistani a bit of a heads up.
That's nice of you.
I'm gonna mark the site here just in case we are somehow confused and getting lost. I'm gonna mark the with my navigation club.
Nice. Okay. Yep.
And just as a reference point. I mean, we could try to use that to not get confused, but I just don't know how magic will behave. I don't know that will counteract magic.
Merek doesn't think it would help us in the slightest.
Yeah.
But I think based off what Reeves says, I think Vallaki's where we need to go.
Yeah.
You would
That's
actually
where we
think
make our
that
stand.
you've never had your guiding like beacon, we'll call it. You've never had it fail.
I mean, we could try it. We could basically. What I expect would happen is if I put it down here, and we got turned around, it would be like I would notice it, essentially in my head a compass kind of starting to spin around or something, and would know we're at a spot. So we could try that.
But we still don't know how to get through it or break the spell either.
But
well, I think
we gotta.
Yeah, that could be what breaks the spell. But I think at this point, Reeves would be asking himself if Sid is confident. Reeves could definitely be convinced, but I feel like it's whatever decision we make is a gamble with time.
Yeah. I mean, I'm confident in its navigational ability. I just don't know what happens when we get there. Do we get there and we just walk right past it, or do we have to dispel it? What?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Right.
I know. I was thinking if I had some blessing of the Raven Queen, if that teleportation would allow me to like cross it or not, but I don't have any. So.
We wouldn't even know where it is.
I know. Like maybe as soon as like Sid's brain or whatever compass would go, like okay, maybe we think okay, that's could be the barrier.
Right. Go back to the last place that makes sense and then teleport.
Yeah.
30 feet away from that.
So I'll look to Mercer actually, and I'll say I'm confident that I can guide us. I just don't know that I can get us through. What do you seek for your?
Mercer is going to probably look really torn. While trying to beat him to where he's going to resurrect these people is certainly what he wants to do, preferably. But again, we've brought up the point that even if we find the location of where it turns us around, we would again have to waste time figuring out how to dispel it, or to get through it, or how to break through it. Would Mercer know if Casimir mentioned how many died?
So you remember that there was somewhere between 150 to 250 of his people that were murdered.
It could
Holy
be.
shit.
It could take days. It could take. I mean, this could take a long time for him.
It could
to
take a while for him to do that. Yeah, but that's a fucking lot of. Oh my god, that's a lot of undead.
It's an army.
We can try to stop him if we think.
Yeah.
Because we also can't go sit in Vallaki for a week.
No, we can't.
No,
if we have the
'cause
time, I trust Sid. Mercer trusts
same.
Sid.
Yeah. And we only have 8 days till Strahd's wedding.
Our problem is that it's nighttime.
7 days.
7 days.
Seven
And
days.
the longer that we spend in the woods,
Yeah.
we know how bad it is at night in the woods. So
It's not. I mean, hearing that concern, I think Sid would say, "We know it's not safe, but we've grown much more powerful, and if we feel at risk, we have a place to rest and point out the key if we need.
Yeah.
I trust Sid. I trust
Okay.
Sid.
Then I will set a navigation point right where we are and say we start again. And I will try to determine any point when I start to get turned around.
Same. Even though Merek can't really do anything for the magical aspect, he will be like identifying landmarks in his mind to see if, like, at one point, I see a tree around the 45-minute mark, and then 5 minutes later we're passing that same tree again because we got bounced back, right? So kind of to tell the group, like, hey, this is like this is where the magic happens.
We could also maybe take out a dagger or something and mark trees as we go past.
What about the necklace that Mercer has? Does it counteract magic? Or does it
No.
just make a light?
I can cast Dispel Magic if we find something to cast it at.
Cormac has it available as well.
Okay.
So it may be useful also, Chance, at some point to cast Detect Magic. How long does that last when you cast it as a
10
ritual?
minutes. I
Like,
think it's
We
10
don't-
minutes.
We don't want to do that in the beginning, but maybe if we
Yeah.
get confused, we should do it.
because I think Merrick, you said or Jeff said about like the 45-minute mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is kind of where, so probably around that time is when I would like,
Okay.
or I'd cast it maybe like 30 minutes or 9 minutes. I don't know, like
Well,
right before we get to that 45-minute mark, so we can kind of hopefully get it to go off.
I think we've got a good plan.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's
I
try.
agree.
Okay. Cool. As you all venture out, combining the skill sets that each of you has, Sid constantly, marking, following the North Star, so to speak. Merek, you're marking the trees. Lisbeth, you start to hear kind of like as you continue to do this process and as you continue to walk, you start to hear kind of whispers from some of the trees, as if whatever you're doing, you believe is working. At about approximately 45 minutes into your journey through the trees, all at once, you start to notice things are just strange. You'll mark a tree, Merek, and as you kind of walk, 5 steps forward, you notice in the same on the same side as well as you had marked it, it is there as if you're definitely being turned around. And Sid, you immediately recognize the same. Lisbeth, to you, all of the whispers of the forest disappear.
The Chance, I'll ask. I know if there's something obvious we can identify of like where this is coming from, I would say go for it. But I would ask Chance to cast Detect Magic while we try to find.
I just did. So Jeff, do I sense anything?
Yeah, you most definitely. It is. You spend 10 minutes doing that.
Yeah, so I said like I would be doing it basically as we were kind of walking up to like that 45-minute mark.
Okay.
So that we're not like waiting another 10 minutes type thing. Try to cast it like in that.
Okay.
Basically, as
Cool.
soon as you said we're at the 45-minute mark, I casted it.
Okay.
Finished casting it.
Yeah. As you, like I said, traverse through the forest, and you get to this point, you most definitely detect a very, very powerful aura of abjuration magic here.
How powerful, Chance? Or is there it? We can cast Dispel Magic, but I'm not sure. We may not be able to overcome it.
Yeah, like can I tell how aggressive it is?
Does
Is it
detect
something...
magic give you the level?
I was kind of more asking for an Arcana check from
sense the
Chance. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Come on, big money.
Come on.
It's not bad. Not great.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I don't have.
It's between level 1 and 9.
I know.
Oof, I only have. Oh shit.
I'm just scared if I reroll it and it's more shit.
Cormac,
No,
how much in character? How much magical power do you have? Out of character, what's your highest level spell slot left?
4.
I've got 1 4th level.
Wow.
I have 2 4th.
You believe that this is likely somewhere in the realm of a 7th level spell.
Oh.
So I think we can beat it. I think we can beat it if we use any resources. 4th level Bardic Inspiration. Because you roll, right?
All of our inspirations.
Yeah, you roll.
Off table, out of character. Yes. So if we cast a 4th level Dispel Magic, if it's somewhere around 7th level, we have to roll, regardless of what it is. But the DC is the spell's level plus their proficiency, spellcaster's proficiency plus like 10.
It is an
So-
ability check, so Cormac has Jack of all trades, right? To beat it. It's
I
considered an ability
have-
check.
I have expertise in Arcana.
No, but I think Bard's Jack of all trades gives you bonuses to ability checks, which includes the beating the DCs on counter spells and dispel magic.
Jack of all trades just gives me half proficiency to all skills.
What am I thinking of?
I
No
rolled
idea.
You're
out a
thinking
flash
of
geniuses.
shit. Let me see. I know what you're talking about, but I don't. It's not Jack of all trades.
I guess maybe it's just Bardic Inspiration. I don't know.
I feel like Casper's gonna have a real high DC.
Oh wait, add half your proficiency bonus rounded down to any ability check you make that doesn't already include your proficiency bonus. So,
Yeah.
well,
Correct.
it would be an Arcana check, so I already have expertise.
You already have,
in it.
yeah.
Okay.
Mm,
You are correct.
well, we
But-
all still have our inspirations.
Yeah, I think we try.
I've got 3
We
of them.
do have all of our inspirations. I can cast a 4th level if we know where the magic is coming from in the area that it's in. Then I should be able, per dispel magic rules and magical effect, somewhere I should be able to potentially dispel it. That again it's a vague spell, so it's entirely up to the DM's discretion on whether or not I can determine where it's originating from or if it's radiating out this far.
You know kind of the general area, I would say.
Okay.
I think we try, and
Mhm.
anyone who has a bonus, does guidance help that?
I don't believe it does.
Guidance is saving throws, isn't it? And
No, and ability checks.
ability checks. So that would be an ability check.
Can we
Oh, yep.
double guidance it, Jeff?
You cannot.
It doesn't stack. So I will
Somehow.
guidance you.
I
Okay.
cannot add bardic proficiency or bardic inspiration to myself.
Okay. I
So
think
that's
Do you need me to roll any
Yeah,
Arcana? Like,
maybe-
can we do
maybe
that?
Chance would be
or-
better.
what
It's through the spell Dispel Magic.
yeah.
it's
So it'd either be
just-
me or it'd be me or you.
Got it.
I think
If
What's
you
your
fail,
he
I
has
can.
expertise.
What's your
Guidance
Arcana,
you, Sid.
Travis?
My
What's your
Arcana sucks. My Arcana
All right.
sucks.
Well, then I'll do it, but I'll need guidance and potentially a flash of genius.
I
Yeah.
do not have a flash of genius, FYI. I'm out.
Okay.
Okay.
But I have
well,
inspirations.
Here we go.
I'll also give you a guidance. I don't think I have anything else that can help, but let me check.
No pressure, John. No pressure.
So give me just a second. I want to read up on the spell real quick. At higher levels, when I cast it at 4th level, it automatically ends equal to. Okay, so casting it at higher levels doesn't
Oh, it doesn't help.
help,
No.
but
Okay.
the DC is 10 plus the spell's level.
So it's
we know
17.
it's
at
17
least.
potentially.
Okay.
That I can do. I already have half of it in the check anyway in my bonus. So
Okay.
Let's go.
You
I
have
will
a
just-
3rd level spell slot?
4th level.
He's a
I'm
fourth
casting
I
it.
have a-
You're using a
I
4th
have a-
level, I see.
I have a 3rd level. Let me burn a 3rd level.
But I have higher Arcana.
Okay. Okay, you go for it.
Could be a wasted
I
slot.
already have pretty
otherwise.
much half the
Alright.
check, and I have an extra 4th level slot.
Okay.
So I will cast it at 4th level.
Okay.
I'm
Already.
looking.
Hold on.
I'm
There we go.
looking.
Yeah.
And D4 for guidance.
Got a D4 for guidance. All right, here we go.
And I'll say something like bardic inspiration to you. I believe in you, little one, and I'll pat you on the head.
Don't patronize me.
Hey,
Meets it, beats it.
With a guidance on top of it.
Oh!
hey.
Oh shit!
Big
You think
guidance.
that without the guidance, it would not have been enough. But with the guidance, it is enough. And
Yay!
as you dispel this clearly very powerful aura, you notice that the terrain all around you starts to change. Clearly, whatever was here was yeah, like I said, definitely not only powerful abjuration magic, but just powerful magic in general. Because as the aura kind of starts to fade, you recognize that you are no longer standing in a forest. You're actually standing in a very beautiful and tranquil clearing under the moonlight above. Clearly a sacred ground established by Casimir, you think, in the honor of his people. You can tell that the grounds are not only kept to probably the most kind of pristine groundskeeping that you've seen in all of the time you've been in Barovia. And you can tell that there is just a sense of both serenity here, but also a place of being somber and remembrance. You notice that there are some kind of ancient trees that have been planted here, that their branches reach skyward, almost like guardians standing watch over this clearing. You believe it is likely on those trees that this magic was cast. You notice in the center there is a very simple but elegant monument fashioned from basic weathered stone. Mercer, you'd be able to tell that immediately. You notice that carved into the surface are the names of Casimir's family, including that of Petrina. You also notice that there are well-maintained grave markers that are evenly spaced throughout the clearing, including one with Casimir's name on it. You notice that apart from that, yeah, we'll see.
Cormac
depending on what
is
you guys
going
do.
to look at Esmeralda and just give her a wink and be like, I told you, I am very good with my hands. I'm very powerful.
Okay, anyways, Casimir's headstone. Is there a date when, like, he
Don't
was...
interrupt me when I'm trying to seduce the DM, okay?
No, it's
You're-
weird.
Don't interrupt me when I'm trying to seduce your husband.
There's no date, no end date.
Aha.
Is there look like anyone's here?
It is very tranquil, very peaceful. There is no one.
He is somewhere
we-
plotting.
Did we fuck up?
Yeah.
No, we know where he's at. Mercer would like to go ahead and use Eyes of the Grave
Okay.
and see if there's any undead in the area within 60 feet of us.
Within 60 feet. No, you do not detect any undead.
Mercer, if he's not here raising his people, can we prevent him from doing it?
I'll need time, but I can.
Jeff,
Mm-hmm.
is let me see how many miles here it is. So Merek would know more or less the area we're in, right?
You've never been to this part.
No,
but yeah,
so,
it depends on.
within 6 miles of me. Would Merek know that there are other undead within 6 miles other than potentially what we're looking for? Is what I'm asking.
What are you using to sense that?
Primal awareness.
Primal awareness.
Here, I'll just put it right here. So because I'm in my favorite terrain, I can detect undead. Well, multiple things, but including undead up to 6 miles if I'm in my favorite terrain.
So you're using a spell slot.
Yes.
Just depends.
I'm if Castle Ravenloft is within 6 miles, then no, because I'm gonna detect undead and it's gonna be useless, right?
You think there's lots of woods within 6 miles?
Okay, so no place that I know that there could potentially be other undead.
You know, there's lots of undead things in the forest.
Yeah, I think the opposite is like it's virtually certain there's undead about 100 feet from us somewhere. Like,
Okay, but even if I'm in my favorite terrain, can I still just use the 1 mile instead of the 6 mile?
Yeah, I think.
Could I decide that, or
It
is
says
that
up
like I
to
have
6
to?
miles. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I
the
think
way
it's up
read
to.
It. Yeah.
Yep.
How big is this graveyard? Like, if we're sitting in the center stone,
You think there's room for about 100?
in terms of actual measurement distance here,
I'm gonna need a radius from you, Jeff.
I got you. I actually have an image for you as well, which I didn't send it. Maybe before, like when I send this, we could take our break.
Okay. You know what I'm trying to get at, right, Jeff?
because
I
I need
do.
at least a radius of 60 feet.
You have, there's enough of that space.
Okay. So I can do it. It will take me 24 hours of casting time, but I can prevent his whole family from being raised.
Kind of looks like this, but it's not as creepy. But it's just creepy because it's dark.
It is dark right now.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do? Pitch tents and make sure.
We don't need pitch tents. We have a mansion.
Yeah, but then that means we leave Mercer behind, right? To do it by himself, like cast for 24 hours.
Do shifts.
we have
24 hours.
do you
I
have
don't have
everything?
this. I don't have the spell prepared, so I'd have
And-
to long rest before I could even do so.
Do you have all of the materials you need?
I need oils and incense up to 1,000 gold.
Wolfsbane, it's incense, and someone must have oil.
I have oils.
There you go.
Mercer has oils.
I have wolf.
Which
Uh,
spell?
regular
Which spell are
oil?
you looking to cast?
Hollow.
Okay.
I
So
mean,
you need herbs, oils, and incense worth 1,000 gold.
its
We have
duration is
gold
only
veins.
until dispelled, though.
Can you get oil from the dream pastries?
Probably can. You just don't know if it's
We
worth 1,000 gold.
Through the map.
Okay.
And
I
do
think
you?
I
that's-
mean, it's a pretty rare one.
Herbs.
Should-
How much is Wolfsbane worth? Must be
I
pretty
guess
expensive in these parts.
Before we go too far down this road,
Yeah.
before we go, I open this door, but
Yeah.
I might shut it. Do you think the spell is strong enough to keep a wizard as powerful as Casimir from dispelling it? We barely just dispelled his.
That's fair. But
But with
I
that,
think
why would we take a break? And
Yeah.
Think on that.
if we're here when it happens, we can
Oh,
potentially
interrupt his
prevent
spell.
that from interrupt his spell.
Mm.
The main thing is to keep him from being able to raise them all together.
Mhm.
If we can prevent that while focusing on either talking him down or killing him, maybe, then
We take a
we've
big
done our
risk.
job.
We take a big risk. He could be in Vallaki as we speak.
Because Jeff said he could do either or first, right? He doesn't have to raise them before he kills
I don't know that
everybody.
we really know. I'm not sure
I don't
we
think
really.
you really answered that. I think we
Yeah.
were like assuming and you went to
Yeah.
another topic.
Risk and reward. I don't know.
Yeah.
If anything, and we can decide when we come back from break. If anything, we know where the graveyard is now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's
We
too bad
won't
we
get
don't have
lost.
enough powerful magic to like fuck him from coming back. You know what I mean? Like confuse him this time. It would maybe
Well,
buy us
Hollow
some
could do
time.
that as well.
Yeah, it would buy us some time.
Jeff,
So
But we'd have to wait a long time to be able to cast it.
if
Yeah.
we
24 hour. It's a 24-hour casting time. But what I can do is I can basically make all the dead bodies interred in the area can't be turned undead. I can make it so that no one can teleport in or out of the area. Make the whole area silent, so even if he can pass through the
Does that
charisma,
does that affect? I'm curious with how does that effect happen during the casting or essentially after the casting?
I think it's after the
Yeah.
casting.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a
It's-
break.
Yeah,
Okay, BRB.
I mean it's a spell meant for
What if
long
we just like dig up
downtime
all the bodies
activities.
and move them?
Yeah.
Ha, just joking.
Yeah, Mercer wouldn't allow that, but
I know.
I wonder if we can summon the mansion and then use the teleporter to get into Vallaki and then do our stuff in Vallaki and then use the teleporter to get back into the mansion and then leave the front door of the mansion if we'll be back here.
that's potentially possible. It's a good idea.
I don't think. How would we wait?
I doubt that's how it works, but it's definitely something I want to ask Jeff.
Yeah, that would be a nice, quick way to jump around everywhere.
Or at least it lets us tether one teleport place. We get to put one marker somewhere in Barovia that we can return to at will.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go make some popcorn.
dark. You think in the light it actually looks quite nice.
Yeah, that's why I gave it a little emoji with the hearts.
So okay, so I like that idea of Reeves of going ahead and cast it, have it waiting here for us as we head to Vallaki, and if we can at least get an 8-hour rest, Cormac knows the coordinates to the mansion now, since he learns any new coordinates that he finds for the spell. We could fucking just bounce back. It would take a minute to cast, but we could bounce back here pretty instantaneously.
I think that's our best bet.
Anyone disagree?
Or
Tash
we made
is
the
not
plan.
here.
What?
Oh, here she is.
I'm here. Sorry.
So remind me of the
Yeah.
plan.
So the plan would be to cast the mansion here in the
Mhm.
graveyard,
Okay.
leave it, and travel back to Vallaki to make sure everything's secured and that he's not there,
On foot.
and on foot, and
So you're
rest.
physically
potentially.
leaving. So you're physically leaving the key here.
Oh, is
We
that how
have
that
to
works?
leave the key here.
So the key opens this. I don't want to call it a portal because it's really not, but it's what makes the mansion appear.
If the key's not in the door, then the door doesn't exist. The mansion doesn't exist.
Okay.
All right,
That
scratch
changes
that,
everything.
then. Yeah.
Variant plan. We do have 2 NPCs here. If they remain in the mansion holding the key, we still should be able to teleport into the mansion, correct?
Mhm.
So if Van Richten or Esmeralda stay with the mansion while it's cast here, then the plan can still work.
Or even a player character could stay in the mansion. Maybe we offer for the NPCs first, but
So is
Yeah,
that actually how it works? We would have to give them the key.
Yep.
And then it would stay here, and they'd stay there, and we could just teleport into it from like the Vallaki circle.
anywhere.
if we were to-
and
okay.
Van Richten already gave us the key anyway, so they've given it to us. They've had it
Right.
before. They've used it. They know how it works.
That makes
And they
sense.
could potentially stay in the mansion prepared in case we need to bounce back. Now, I would recommend potentially Van Richten, but because Esmeralda is very powerful with magic, she could come in handy in case we get in a fight. And we haven't seen Van Richten's skill enough to be able to assess his ability in this situation.
I think we'll probably have to talk to them and see what they want to do.
We have to see
I
what
don't
they
know that we
want
get
to
to
do.
just.
I would
pick
like to
Dave?
bribe him.
Unless Cormac can convince her. No, I'm just kidding.
The one thing you do know is Van Richten has written many books. He is famed, even famed to the point that Strahd
Absolutely.
knows his name. So you would
But-
figure. Good.
But we're talking actually seeing what they have available.
Yep.
We know the spells that Esmeralda has and that what she's capable of.
Yep.
While we do, I don't think anybody here is doubting Van Richten's skill, but he's also more,
Right.
I would say, able to hold his own.
I don't think we're debating it. I don't think anyone's debating anything. I think we. So
Okay.
yeah, I don't
Well,
think we're making.
If you ask them, Esmeralda or Van Richten both will agree to stay in the home.
I would like to, when they agree, pull out Van Richten's books, or his book that he gave me, and just say, you don't happen to have any extra chapters up in that noggin of yours that you'd like to add, or any amendments that need to be made to any sections in here?
He kind of chuckles. He says, "I'm already writing the second version." It says lots of amendments, lots of learning since then.
Can't wait to pick your brain about some of it. This has come in very useful in our travels.
So who do we want to stay?
Both of them.
I
Both
think
of
they're
them?
hosting, yeah.
Okay. That sounds
Okay.
good to me. I agree. Anybody else object?
I think that's
Good to
fine.
go.
So our request of them, instructions might be a strong word for them. Our request for them is that they stay here with the mansion until we come in through the portal at some point.
Yeah, we're asking them to anchor our door in this location.
Okay. Yeah, they agree. You heading back to Vallaki then?
Yes, we
Yeah.
will be heading back to
We
Vallaki.
just ran like a huge triangle.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you make your way through the woods, no other sort of magic throws you off the path. Merek, you're able to easily guide the group not only back to where the Vistani camp is, but back to Vallaki as well. As you approach the town of Vallaki, you notice it is eerily quiet.
And we told them to batten down the hatches, but there's no like guards or anything.
There's no one on the walls.
Are you shitting me right now?
Shit.
We voted to protect the dead rather than protect the living.
So I
Well,
imagine Mercer's rushing for the.
The gate is locked.
How
It's
tall is it?
closed.
How tall is it? Reeves,
It's 20 feet.
Reeves is gonna
Reeves, no.
look around at the party and kind of hop over the fence and unlock it from the other side.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of lift the heavy wood out of the door. Yeah, you gain entrance back to Vallaki.
I fucking hate Vallaki. Everything we do with Vallaki is so fucked.
It's garbage. I don't like it. Earlier I wanted to say like let's just kill this guy. I don't even care, but I
God.
didn't say it.
It's
I'm
like
gonna
just-
lock the door again after the party comes
'Kay.
through. I'm gonna put the
Okay.
bar
Isn't
back on.
Vallaki where you guys burned the mayor to death?
I mean, we didn't.
Oh, they definitely did.
It's a very-
Somebody threw the torch. Somebody
Not
threw the
in
torch.
the group
It's not that
anymore.
you're wrong. It's just you said it weird.
The tone you use.
God. We were compelled.
we thought we were doing the right thing once again.
John's
No, we
Discord
didn't-
is like
Okay.
definitely frozen, by the way.
Nope,
Okay.
nope.
Oh,
he's
it's-
Oh
just
my
stuck in that
god! He
pose.
didn't move for
He
like
was
10
stoic.
minutes.
So we're heading for the church, I assume, Mercer.
Fuck no.
Yeah,
I assume we're headed for the church.
yeah.
I'll put you on the overview.
I
the
was
town here.
convinced your thing was frozen.
You enter from this side, I
Yeah,
assume.
church is the first thing, so I think that's where we're headed.
Mhm.
Okay. Is everything dark for you guys?
No, I can
Yep.
see it.
No,
I just
no,
see
you
all
just
the
moved
names.
us. You just moved us to the
Is
church.
everything dark?
No,
Yeah, my whole-
it's
Oh, we
just
can
we
see
just
mine.
have like the.
The whole map.
He's
I
actually
see
the-
dark as well.
Okay, I see the whole thing, and I see the like the gray party icon.
Yeah,
Mm,
Loading?
we're on the overview.
it is global illumination. You should have. It should load for everybody. But I just noticed Isa's was like completely blank. There it goes.
It's there?
Okay.
Now,
All right.
Jeff, I don't want to take a bunch of time from the party asking you a bunch of questions about things I see, but can I send you? I basically like highlighted the sections of the note that jump out to me.
Okay.
And maybe
Yeah, I'll quickly look.
see if send you the first ones because I think they're more relevant about what's on here.
I knew Casimir was a bad dude when he gave Reeves flying. I was pissed about that.
I'm
You created a huge
wondering
mess with that.
streets of secrets
Let him
and whispered
hate.
truths and guiding lantern in this twilight realm. A guiding lantern makes me think of either the church or a literal lantern somewhere in town.
Is Watcher
You-
spelt wrong? Is
It
this supposed to say Watcher House, or is it?
no, that is actually it's a last name, the Watchter family.
watched your house. Okay.
You also
Okay.
think that this is. You think you're very close, and you also think this is pertinent.
Right. So there's something about truths veiled in shadows as well. When okay, so twilight makes me think maybe there's a certain time I should be here, and that
I
maybe
mean,
shadows will mark a like
You
at,
wonder if Twilight is a reference to the realm itself.
yeah. Okay.
Twilight's also a reference to vampires, just saying.
And yeah, Jeff, the part you just
Your
sent me,
band?
the part you just sent me, I also.
You never watched it, you have no say.
Here's the rest of what I had pulled out.
Yep. You think
So
all
look,
of that. So I don't know if you want to share that with the group.
yeah. So there was a hidden message in the letter that that Casimir left me, kind of guiding me to a place where I should be looking, and I feel like I should be looking for Thieves' Cant, like messages somewhere on a maybe like symbols on a surface or something. But he had like phrases within his letter that didn't really make much sense within their sentences. So he called our relationship a delicate dance twirling in the streets of secrets and whispered truths. He called to like a guiding lantern in the Twilight Realm, truths that are veiled in shadows, a place where cobbled paths diverge. But he wasn't ever talking about these places. He was using them as like sayings within his phrases. A solace amidst the silence. Told me to seek refuge where shadows intertwine. Like all these kinds of things. So now that we're back in town, I'm trying to think like where could the next part of this clue be pointing. Yeah. So am I seeing anything like near the church that draws
The
me?
church doors are closed when you look at them. There is nobody, not a soul outside.
Mercer's going in.
Okay. As you open the church doors, and I'll share this.
Like straight up Aragorn style, like just
Two-handed.
Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to share this here. There it is. The church. And let me also do this quickly.
The landscape looks much more kempt than that. I'm just gonna say.
It definitely does. It definitely does. I couldn't have the animator guy give me a new version. That's up to
Fired.
I know.
Worst DM ever.
I'm sorry. As you approach the church and as you push the doors open, that's when you see him. Casimir standing at the altar, chanting, or rather mid-chant, into some arcane words. His head slowly turns towards all of you. He locks eyes with you, Reeves, and you almost notice the faintest hint of a smile, as if you've deciphered and decrypted the message. And that's when you think back. You notice some of the text in his message where perhaps Mercer is reference to the guiding lantern in this twilight realm, and the fact that what Lisbeth said about the burning of the people in Vallaki is reference to the truths that are veiled in shadows, hidden and kept in a dark place. You notice now it's almost as if Casimir predicted what would happen. In his letter, he references seeking of refuge where echoes, where whispers are sent through hallowed halls, the very halls that you stand in today. And as Casimir turns towards you, and like I said, with this slight smile, he just plainly says to you all, and it's clear with the townsfolk here standing in the church. Anybody with like Arcana proficiency, do you want to roll an Arcana check?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you-
because Cormac would definitely be doing something. He has an idea. Because I thought about this exact same thing.
Chance, you would very quickly, almost immediately recognize the spell as Circle of Death.
I don't know what
And
that is. It don't sound good.
What does that do exactly? Chance knows it, but I don't.
Chance, you would know it is a powerful spell. Even as you open the door, it's almost like the doors were heavy, not from weight of the doors themselves, but of kind of the weight of the magic, almost as if the like part of the fabric within the church is distorted. You start to hear immediately as the doors open these whispers of shadows, and just like the Amber Temple, it is bitterly cold when you enter.
Do I know if this is a concentration-based spell?
So you think he is holding the spell.
Holding a spell by default is concentration, I believe.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you would know Circle of Death is basically a 60-foot radius that is it does exactly what it sounds. But Casimir...
And we react.
I was
to
gonna say,
seeing
can we have a
this.
T-Rex spawn in this room and just like bite him? his head
You think with words you can react,
off?
but you
Okay.
do not have time with his held spell to react.
Mm,
Even
Reeves-
with a reaction spell.
No, I'd probably allow it, but we'd go immediately to initiative.
Counterspell.
I'm
What would everyone else like to do before we jump straight into initiative?
Oh, I don't want him to be casting this spell, so I'm like ready to
Reeves is gonna call out to him
hit
in
him or
Elvish.
whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna call up to him, say, friend, stop this madness at once. These people don't deserve what you're about to do, and you know they don't. You know your people wouldn't want you to do this to them. Killing these people will curse your people, even if you succeed in your endeavor.
What is Lisbeth's reaction? What is Sid's reaction? Merek's reaction?
Merek's tense because we already fucked up by thinking we were doing the right thing by going to the graveyard and we were going to save more people than people were going to die. And now I'm like on the point of teetering. Are we about to make that same mistake where we shouldn't be fighting him, but we're going to fight him and people are in the crossfire? So like I have an arrow. I want to draw my bow, but I'm hesitant. And that's what Merek's doing right now.
I feel like that's pretty significant. I think that's probably the first hesitancy that...
Yeah. Well,
will say-
Merek's also now really concerned about every soul in Barovia, right? As opposed to before, where I couldn't care less as long as Strahd died. Sorry, Travis, go ahead.
No, you let you finish. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I technically was until Jeff said something.
Yep. I just wanted to recognize it. That's all.
Yep. Thank you.
I will say we have found and been to your people's burial site. We will never let you raise them no matter what you do here. Please stop.
We will go to the map. Is Cormac still doing Cormac thinks the
Cormac
chance.
is
What would you do?
100% counterspell.
Okay. All right. Let me go to the map here.
Isn't this circle going to affect us? Like, aren't we technically standing in this circle of death? Like,
You're technically not in it. I've marked it even on the map, so you can see kind of what you see.
Okay.
And I
am
would
definitely
imagine.
not in front.
Nope. I would imagine you are just in the doorway.
Okay.
I will let you all position yourselves however you see fit. The question is, are you in range to counterspell?
I am now.
What was that? What was the question?
Sorry, he's at the altar. If it matters.
Yeah, sorry, it was echoey. I didn't hear you say.
I might be stuck in the wall. I'm not sure.
He's at the altar. Okay.
He's at the altar. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Where? Okay.
Okay.
There'd be many more commoners in here as well that are not explicitly in his spell, but
I'm
we are going to roll initiative
Oh,
if everybody
man.
wants to roll initiative.
Am I able to counterspell?
What is the range of it?
60 feet.
Don't believe you have the range. Oh, hey, there we go. Casimir, let us see what your roll is. Does he have? He does.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh.
Okay, it's not great.
Perfect. He's at the bottom. We like that.
He is pretty much at the bottom.
I'm gonna use one of my
And-
inspirations on my
Initiative. All right.
fucking worth it.
Holy shit, 19.
So just keep in mind for counterspell, if he's holding the spell, you might be able to move and use it. But
I'll get to him before that.
you might be in the circle, but
No, I won't. We'll see
All
how
right.
this round goes.
Reeves, you kind of told him that this is obviously not the way. Is there anything else you would like to say?
How did he react to what I said? Do I see any of my old friend in his eyes?
You definitely do. He doesn't seem the same. He like I don't want to say he looks undead. He looks very tired. He looks very gray. But it's clear when you entered, like I said, that smile kind of came over his face as if you deciphered his message.
Can I tell, like, does Reeves see that he's holding a spell right now?
Yeah, he most definitely is. He's like got his hands up. He is. Yeah.
All right. I am gonna try to convince him another way. I will just start making my way through the church as fast as I can. So I'm gonna sprint my 60. Here's what I'll do. Do 30 of movement.
Okay.
Grapple hook 20. Can we just say that I made my 20? It was one or the other. Basically, I can get beside him.
Okay.
It added 5 feet because I went sideways to grapple, but I would have gone in a straight line with my grapple. And I'm gonna spray the perfume. Can I use an object interact to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna spray the perfume that reminds him of his childhood.
What?
Oh,
Smart.
Big brain play right here.
Where you're like, I forgot I gave you that item.
Violet
when
perfume.
Lisbeth
It,
wrote a
it
fucking-
smells like home.
It smells like home.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
I'm gonna tell him to think of his family and his friends. Think of who they are and what they would want from, for who they were when they were living. What would they want of him now? And that'll be
Roll a persuasion check.
That's a nat 20.
Yes. Yes, Matt.
Hell yeah!
Holy shit. Okay. I love it. All right. Merek.
Merek is going to try and immobilize him because we can't let this go. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Nope, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm hitting. So I will Slayer's Prey him.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
What the
Holy
fuck is happening?
Yo, what's
I-
happening?
I fired with the wrong arrow though, Jeff. Does that
Oh,
make
yeah.
a difference?
It does make it.
What?
It does make a difference.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna take one of the arrows off. So he needs to give me a con save.
Does he get?
Legendary actions.
Probably.
I'm assuming he also doesn't want to stand inside his circle of death, correct?
His own circle?
Yeah.
He's
Maybe
That
not.
would
not.
defeat the purpose, because then he can't raise anybody if he's,
He's not
dead.
now, but he doesn't want to stand in it, right?
You don't
No.
believe he would want to stand in
Okay,
his own
I
circle of
just
death,
want to
no.
check. I don't know how this works. So. Maybe he's immune. I don't know.
Give me 1 second.
Actually, knowing
Help
him,
me
he
with
might
my
want to
plan.
stand in
He
his
He
fails.
own.
might want to stand
Yeah.
there. Yeah. He's a bit.
He
he's
fails.
a lot.
He fails.
Okay, so he is now poisoned, and he is also paralyzed.
He is immune
Oh, of
to being paralyzed.
course he is.
No, I'm just kidding. He's not.
Holy shit.
I
I
just
wouldn't
had
be
to
surprised.
from the
He's
last
supposed to
time.
be.
I fucking had to.
I would have been upset at you if you didn't at least try.
No, he isn't. He is not immune to being paralyzed.
Okay, so he is paralyzed, and he takes. Wait, did we max out crit? Is that what it was? I keep forgetting
Mhm.
with the.
It auto
okay.
does it for you.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
Very nice.
Um,
Total of 16 points of damage.
However, Merek is in his newfound maturity. Will not take his second attack to
Wow.
see if Reeves can capital, because I saw Reeves do what he did, right?
Yep.
So to capitalize and maybe try and save Casimir, and that could also, play out with Strahd. As much as Merek wants Strahd dead, we now know this is the same deal, more or less. So Merek will actually end his turn here and not attack again, showing restraint.
What would you like to do?
Is the magic circle? I mean, he's paralyzed. Is he concentrating? Like, is this magic circle still there?
It is not.
That changes things.
Mm-hmm.
And Reeves would have reacted like when the arrow flew, and I'm trying to have a conversation with him. I would have like put my hand up, maybe like even Merek before you had stopped, and kind of like reacting to like we don't need to kill him. Basically, is what I'm trying. I'm trying to save him.
So
And we
let
all
me
know
read
we all
this.
know how that goes in Barovia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Touch. You touch. That changes things. I will actually just yell at the people. I'll move forward into the group of people, and I'll yell at the people to flee. To leave. Yeah,
Fly, you fools.
flee, you fools! Yeah, I'm gonna try to get the people to leave.
Abandon your posts.
Do the people have initiative?
They have a 14 initiative. I just rolled it.
Oh, okay.
So I yell at them to flee. I don't know if is that a free talk action?
That's a free action. Yep.
And then can't get to him. I don't know if it'll matter,
Everything matters.
but I would like to just cast Dispel Magic on him in case he has any magical effects, like statuses, things like that, something protecting him, or maybe even
Curse.
something, maybe try to disperse a little bit of maybe what's taken over his mind.
So it most definitely matters because as you cast this on him, you notice this aura around him, almost this shimmer, fades away. You likely believe he had mage armor.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit.
Good thing
So-
you didn't use it
So
earlier.
it definitely mattered.
Okay, so I'll take that spell. I'll have to drop whatever.
Saw you getting beer, Jeff.
Mhm.
On my screen. Which
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to do?
I'll activate my chalice form just in case.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm not healing anyone or anything right now, but I have chalice turned on.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Cormac, what would you like to do?
I sent you a message.
I replied.
Oh, I didn't see some.
Oh.
All right. So perfect.
Uh-oh.
I don't like that.
No, it depends. Was he
I
asking
figure
for
every time you
Cormac
ask me
or
something like
Mercer?
that, I'm like, it's gonna be bad, but I love it.
I'm gonna cast Dimension Door
Oh,
Hmm.
that's
right
spicy.
onto Casimir's shoulders with leather strapped in my hand, pulled from my bag, and put it right in his mouth. So I'm gonna get on the back of his shoulders and just gag him with a leather strap.
Well, he is paralyzed.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and cast your dimension door.
And try to tie it back behind him as quickly as possible in case he breaks this to cast another spell. At least verbal components will be completely negated from that aspect.
Too bad Esmeralda's not here to see this.
Absolutely.
we can
I love
recount
it.
this. We can recount the story for her.
But like
It's gonna
Reeves,
be
you're
it's gonna be
just
told like completely differently. Like this corrected tripped or something on the way there.
Reeves, you're just gonna see Cormac just literally pop on his shoulders and just gag him and tie like a leather strap and almost still holding it, trying to hold it tight so that he cannot cast any verbal components to any spells.
Okay.
And that is going to be my turn.
Okay. Lisbeth. And roll a sleight of hand check for me, Cormac.
Sure.
You said the people had initiative of 14.
Mm-hmm.
Do they flee?
Mm-hmm.
They begin to
I'm a
flee.
halfling, so I get to re-roll that, and I'm going to use my inspiration on this.
Nice.
Some of them will try to push towards.
There's a nat 20.
Some of them will even climb through the windows.
Nice.
That's the nat 20 on
Look
the
at him
sleight of
go.
hand.
Is that the third nat 20 of this fight?
Yeah, man. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Don't question it. It's fine.
Third nat 20 and like 6 rolls.
All right.
Probably even less than
That
that.
shit's tight.
The
Tight.
story talked for itself today.
Oh, what? Sorry. So Elizabeth, what would you like to do?
If the people are fleeing, because that's
Yep.
exactly what Lisbeth was going to do. So,
They are most definitely fleeing.
hello. Wait. There we
He's still moving. Yeah, he's still moving him.
go.
I think there's a pew in the
Oh,
Yeah, there's stuff in the way. Stuff
Yeah, it's the
collides.
pews. It's the pews.
It's the pews.
Few pews.
I have to go like here.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna move out here, up here, and doing what Sid did, just trying to usher people out the door.
Okay.
What about these people? Are they separate, different people?
Oh, I just created them just to show that there's many more people in here, but
Oh, okay.
for all intents and purposes, they're
They're all fleeing.
I'm gonna need you to
Okay.
Yeah.
individually control each one of them, and
Uncountable number.
yeah,
Not
I need to know
countable
how much
number.
They
HP
each have their own initiative and
Yeah.
decision making.
And I think I'll just, because I'll ready an action to attack something if it comes within range.
Okay. Casimir, what was your sleight of hand?
24, nat 20.
Oh, the nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
He's gagged and he likes it.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, my type of guy then.
He turns around at you, Cormac, and just winks at you.
He's paralyzed.
He does anyway. You just hear this crunching of a neck.
He's roofied. Got him.
Yeah. From the words that you said, Reeves, with kind of an arrow in his chest, he is going to roll to try to unparalyze himself. And he does not manage to. But you notice in his eyes like this clear sadness, this clear, like not as if, almost as if, well, an opportunity has gone, but that he's not angry about it. Mercer.
All right. Well, Mercer is going to slowly, for some reason, I'm blocked.
You're stuck in a barrel.
I'm stuck in a barrel.
There
So
you go.
Mercer is stuck in a barrel. He's
no
going to
drama.
walk up his full movement and just in the back of the pews, just making sure that he's looking right at Casimir and Casimir's looking at him. We told you on that mountain that we could not abide this action. And then you come into my town, threaten my people. You will be the only one that dies here today. And I'm going to cast, since he is still paralyzed, I'm going to cast a second level guiding bolt.
Okay. Cannot take a reaction. That is a hit.
dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Not great, but still.
17 points of damage is still damn good.
And
All right.
I believe, yeah, that might be the only thing that I am able to do at this moment. So yeah, that will be it.
All right. Chance, what would you like to do?
In this room, do I see anybody of significance?
You'd see
And
like noble
also
families.
Any children?
Yeah, most definitely. You'd see like children running around. You'd see like no one of significance outside of like noble families, but you don't see like you don't see Blinsky here, for example.
Oblinsky?
Oblinsky.
Blinsky was part of my council. He totally would have been here.
He was part of your council, yeah.
Okay. Chance will also be going on this train of like just making sure people can be ushered out.
Okay.
Helping them get out. Far is this? Oh, make it by 0.3. I want to throw some acid at Casimir.
Don't acid?
He's making me mad.
The murder train of the people
know.
normally.
Yeah,
What's
Merrick
happening?
is
I can't
Merrick
click
is.
anything, Jeff. I don't know why.
Y'all know
Right-click.
Mercer. He told him specifically he could not abide
Alt
by
left
this.
click.
You did. You.
This is
I mean-
absolutely
Yeah.
against every
I'll be right back.
moral
My kid just
fiber
fell.
in Mercer's body.
Oh, Matt, it's your turn.
His kid just fell. He had to.
Oh no.
Oh, is that what?
That's,
Oh, is that what
that's
he
what
said?
he said. He said, "I'll be
oh,
back."
I
His
d-
kid just fell.
I just heard.
Alright.
I just heard. I'll be back. Sorry, Damien. I still love you.
You do 7
I hate
points
to laugh, but kids falling is so funny.
of damage.
Yeah, just enough to
Nice.
be like, I know I'm not gonna like actually injure him that much, but like, F you. How dare you
You
like
kind of like
put all these
you
people in
spit on him
peril?
basically. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Alright.
spit in your general direction.
And that is my turn. I'm just continuing to usher people, specifically like all the kids stuff first.
Okay. We'll come back to Reeves. Merrick, what would you like to do?
Merrick would like to monologue while we wait for Reeves.
Sure.
Just kidding. However, though, Merrick does have full faith in Reeves, and he kind of thinks. Wait, who am I hearing myself from? This is. Oh, John.
John. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just gonna lower your volume so I just don't hear my own voice because I hate my own voice.
Oh, turn me down.
Matt, do you want to go before me?
Yeah.
I didn't even start my turn.
Oh.
Reeves, what would you like to do?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Everything
So
okay?
yeah, he fell out of his bed. His feet were still in his bed, but his face was on the floor. And
This
he
is
was
the second time. This is the second time that's happened
Yeah,
during.
it's a
Yeah.
new big boy
Training.
bed.
and he was just
Classic.
crying. He was just crying like half upside
Oh,
down.
no.
Like, I gotta go help him.
Oh, silly goose.
They're like little drunk people.
Yeah, it was fun. But he just went right back to sleep. Like I just lifted him up, laid him down, instantly out. So we're good. Yeah, okay. So do I take from that, like you said, he kind of like had this sadness and acceptance. Basically, to me, that kind of feels like a goodbye from a friend kind of thing. Like we're
Yeah.
settled. We're settled in our ways. This is how our fates are crossing paths again.
You do notice this dark orb that he has in his hand. His spell casting, he's kind of like let it fall to the floor.
Yeah. I will take out my ancestral dagger and just like with this hesitancy and this I'm sad to do it, but I know that this is the only way that this is going to end. And I will stab him with my dagger.
You have advantage from guiding bolt
And an auto
As
crit
well.
from
Yeah,
and
paralysis.
auto crit.
It's an auto crit. That would have probably been a miss though. So let's see what.
That's enough.
Yeah. So we'll. Target.
You want to describe how you kill the great Casimir?
Wait, what?
For all intents and purposes, he's not going to fight back.
I'll
This is what he wanted us to do if we.
yeah.
found it.
Yeah,
I'll just
it's true.
stick
It's true.
my dagger straight into his heart, and I'll have kind of one hand behind his neck, and I'll just say, "Goodbye, old friend. May your people welcome you as a hero," and put him out of his misery.
All right.
That's so sad.
You hit him with acid before he did it.
I know, but I was just like, calm down, not kill
Calm down.
him.
All right.
And I said that in Elvish.
Oh no.
All right.
So I clearly heard said, unless
Yeah,
you
as
said it really
you-
quietly.
As you stab deeply into Casimir's, lifeless body at this point, you know, deep in his heart that he clearly had regret for accepting this gift. You also certainly know that while there were potential other options, you think in the long run the Dark Powers would likely have taken their toll, even against a powerful wizard like Casimir. You recognize that the wizard that stood up to Strahd many moons ago was also a very powerful wizard, and not even he could fight a sliver of that darkness in Strahd. So you definitely believe that in time it would have taken hold of Casimir fully. You know that Casimir would have wanted to be buried in the place that you have already discovered and looked at. But yeah, as his body kind of falls to the church floor, you can't help but, and even you would notice this, Mercer, almost like this sign of thanks in his eyes, like this sign of gratitude for all the things that have been done in the church, and the rebuilding of it and building it back up, building the community back up. You know that there is a lot of, like, from what happened to Vallaki, losing a vast majority of its people, rather of its kids, losing its leader, losing a lot of the things that Casimir went through as well. Having that kind of rebuilding happen, you can clearly tell as he falls that that thanks.
Mercer would like to walk up next to Reeves, give him a hug, like a true hug. And then he's going to.
I'm just gonna, kind of down and just.
He's gonna reach down and touch Casimir and cast Gentle Repose on him.
Okay. So protected from decay and cannot become undead. Okay. You can immediately tell he was not undead, as far as clinical.
Right. And now just look at Reeves and just say, tomorrow we bring him back to his family.
Yeah. That's what he would have.
As you all stand there, climbing from underneath the church, you do see Blinsky leading a group of other townsfolk who had hidden in the basement.
Yeah, I'll just give a nod to Blinsky, kind of letting him know that everything's been taken care of, and to start getting people back into their homes. I'll start. Just gonna look again back at Reeves, and look at Cormac, who's probably just standing there, untying the leather strap from the man's face. I'll make the necessary preparations. Don't you worry.
Sniffles a thanks to you.
Sid would put a hand on kind of Mercer's back, and all we can do is good work for the day. Today we did good work. Let's get some rest.
I told the fool we couldn't abide. And I think he knew it.
Knew the truth. Fight the darkness any longer. Put him out of his misery.
But he will rest with his family. And I'll make sure that none of them can be raised again.
So, as all the townsfolk return back to their homes, what is everyone doing?
Merek is like reassuring people and kind-heartedly making sure that they all leave as okay as they can after this ordeal, without a psychology degree and all that jazz.
Yep.
Fans will also just like grab kids' hands, a few kids around, and be like, "All right, let's go. Got to go back home."
You notice as you walk them back home, some obviously back to their families. But you notice that the rebuilding of the orphanage is about halfway completed.
Nice.
And it is there that some of the children that you take, not like I said, maybe only a handful, the rest obviously to their families, but only about a handful head to the orphanage. And you notice a familiar face. I see Sid's Travis's expression. I don't know if you remember Yeskin. Was it Yeskin? Was that his name? Yeskin, I believe his name
Was that the older guy, or that was the older guy who was kind of supposed to, we like talked into his bad ways, talked out of his.
Yep. Give me 1 second here. I have an image of him.
What is he? He was like whittling wood in his backyard or something. We talked to him.
So he was in the graveyard. And totally, it's not even Yeskin. Yeskin was the altar boy, but Yeskin died. It was Milovich. Sorry.
Yeah,
The guy who stole-
Yeskin was altered.
Yeah, Yeskin was the altar boy. He unfortunately died in the fire. But this boy, you recognize
Yeah.
that he has returned to Vallaki. He would have shared with you as you maybe walk with him. Chance. He would tell you that after everything that happened to the orphanage, like any teenager does, he had a fit, so to speak, and in that fit, left Vallaki, hid away. But when he heard rumors of the town rebuilding, he knew that he could do better, specifically with Father Lucian no longer around, and he has actually taken ownership now of the orphanage.
This kid.
Yep, he is about 17.
Wow. And is this the same orphanage we like
That you all burned down? Yep.
Someone
Yep.
burned down.
Okay.
That's someone.
Wait, I'm confused. So there was an
Some
orphanage that
unknown individual burned down the orphanage.
We don't even know that. We just know
someone
that there
burned it
was
down,
an
but
orphanage
wasn't there
and it burned
another
down.
psycho kid that like killed all the kids? Is it the same one? Same
This
place?
is not the same one.
Okay.
But yes, same place. So
Same
you're
orphanage.
still you're still not sure what exactly happened at the orphanage, but you know two things. One, something happened and everyone in the orphanage died, including the caretaker. And later on after that, the orphanage burned down.
Okay, so can I ask this kid like, so you've come back in order to help rebuild? Do you know more details about what took place? Why it became the way it was, I guess?
In fact, he actually does have some details. He would tell you. Let me just open this up here. Confirm that I'm telling you the right thing. There it is. He would tell you, and let me just find this.
What's his name? Does he have a name?
His name is Milovich.
Lovich.
Milovich?
Milovich.
Milovich?
He tells you that he's been doing some digging. He tells you that there was a young kid who had a necklace, and he found said necklace in the attic of like, well, I guess on the ground floor now, but he assumes it was likely in the attic of the orphanage. And he tells you that after asking around town, and in some of the books, there would have been reference to a special locket that contained a powerful entity of sorts, and that based on the writing in the books, in order to free itself, it must trade places with a pure and compassionate soul in a ritual that you think takes many months.
The bruises and the symbols under their beds.
Interesting. And can I ask him what that locket looked like?
He'll hand it to you.
It's fucking Horcrux, bro.
He says it's based like it not that's inert, but it's inert.
It's not like powerful at the moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll let me put it in the actual chat. It looks like this.
So wait, we don't know what was let loose from that thing?
This is the approximate rendering that I had prepared. Should you have discovered it?
Bruh, Voldemort lives in that, okay?
I mean, truth.
So, from what he knows, basically the kid was wearing this locket,
And
then causing all
long
this.
long story
yeah,
short, whatever
locket was making
whatever
him
is
do it.
inside, whatever was inside is what killed everyone in the orphanage.
So it wasn't the fire. Got it.
It was not the fire.
Mm.
The fire caused other damage, but
And do they know?
But this is actually a pretty big revelation because, to your point, originally you all had thought that the fire caused.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we thought the kid with the knife killed everybody
Was
and
like-
then burnt the place
yeah.
down.
Ah, okay. I thought you all thought the fire had caused the.
I thought you thought I thought.
Mhm.
I don't think we actually knew. I think we just.
Yeah, I didn't
think
know there
someone
was a
just told us they were all dead. Yeah.
time span. Yeah.
Yep.
I thought it was all one night.
And from his research, does he know where this magic comes from? The dark magic, like
Where it
He
went.
does not know. He also does
where
not
it
know that,
went?
but
Yeah.
he feels good about the rebuilding of the orphanage. Like I said, it's about halfway done. They're already living in it now, and
Mhm.
can't wait for the other half to be completed as well. But he does not know where the dark magic.
And I'm having like a brain fart, but is Mercer, like when we left him, was he in Kresk or was he here?
He was here.
Yeah, okay. So maybe what I was thinking is like I'll introduce Milovich to Mercer. I'm sure they probably know each other.
They would have known.
Okay.
Yeah.
They would
Okay.
know each other well.
Okay, so I'll just say like he's like one of our good friends,
Yeah.
and
I'm
just
the one
just
who put him in
for
that
him to
position,
make
I'm
the
sure.
connection, like who we are. Yeah. I think I have any questions for him.
Reeves is
Any
going
other
to donate
questions,
10
guys?
gold to that cause.
Oh, okay.
I have a question, Jeff.
Mhm.
While I am reassuring and ushering people out of the church, can I spot/inquire if the blacksmith of the town is amongst the people?
Yeah, I'm sure they would be here. Yeah.
Okay, can I send you a DM at some
Mhm.
point before the next session, since the party's way too far to hear me say anything?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What is everyone else doing as the night progresses? What's Lisbeth up to as you've kind of ushered everybody out of the church? Yeah, what would everyone be up to?
At some point, I want to have a conversation with Mercer. It doesn't have to be. I don't have to be first.
We like are we resting or are we just
Definitely long resting.
Oh yeah.
do we have anything that's pressing
Definitely.
at this second? Like are we other than the wedding obviously, but like
I think we have
So-
to regroup and discuss, what we
Okay.
want to do. I mean,
that's kind of what Elizabeth is doing, is just kind of looking to you guys like once the people have been cleared out and he knows that like everybody's heading back home and everybody's safe, he's gonna be like, okay, what's
So
the plan?
So
I've just moved the light, the quote unquote the quest that I had called light from across the lake. I've moved it to completed
Ooh,
because
look at us go.
Because
you
what's his
now
face did it.
know from you now know what
it was.
what happened. So you have and like I said, there's lots of time before you long rest if for the conversation for Merek and Sid, but just to get everyone to start thinking. These are the quests that you have remaining. Decipher the Tome of Strahd, should you choose to. Obviously, everything that I'm saying is optional, and it is completely up to all of you. But you have the Decipher Tome of Strahd. You have Fortunes of Ravenloft. You have investigated the Seven of Swords. You know now that you believe that although Casimir was a very strong ally, clearly not your destined ally, who you believe currently holds fort in a mansion that she and her mentor have given you. You've already investigated or at least know about the Dark Lord card. You have one remaining fortune that Madame Eva gave you, which is the 9 of Stars, about a dead village drowned by a river, which you believe, which you know to be in the swamps. That is really the one lead you have in there. The journey to the Amber Temple is complete as far as a quest goes. And the last, so really 4 things.
We also
The
have the
Tome of
bonus
Strahd.
one. We have the bonus card we
Yep.
got in Strahd's Castle.
Yep. So you have the gem for the wine of Barovia. You have found. Did you find the second gem?
I think I duplicated it.
You duplicated,
yeah.
but you haven't found the original second gem
No.
or third gem. The gem quest, quote unquote, the fortune, which tells you about the swamp, the Tome of Strahd, the book, and lastly, the 4th artifact, the Baal Verzi dagger. Those are the 4 remaining hooks, I will say, that you have yet to pull all the threads loose on. And we'll say as a small 5th, you technically haven't revisited Kresk yet with the amulet. But it's not necessarily a quote unquote official quest, we'll call it, but it is a something that you haven't yet closed. So those are the 5 items. Start thinking about those.
And Lisbeth's town. So
breaking the curse.
Yes. Yeah.
Have the book.
I will add those. I'll add those to break the.
Do we think we are in a
of
position
Bargao?
long rest and try to read the book, or are people more excited to do like?
Well, I think we need to. I think
before the wedding kind of thing.
Well, yeah, before the wedding, but I think we're at the moment. So I would be helping Mercer, maybe not actually talking, but helping Mercer with Casimir's body.
Yeah.
Kind of, we've had these kind of debates back and forth over actions and inactions, and right now I think just helping, not debating philosophy, but just helping in the moment. But I think our immediate thing would be that Sid would like to do would be to join Mercer in burying the body in the morning, so teleporting back to the house or walking there.
Well, they're waiting for us there, so maybe teleporting.
We need to teleport because we won't be able to get in.
Yeah.
Okay. So either way, teleporting over there and burying the body would be the immediate thing. After that, I guess, is the open question. That's for me.
So just round table. I know, Merek, you're going to be talking to Mercer.
Yeah, at some point.
Chance, what are you doing through this evening? You walked Milovich, quote unquote home, but is there anything else you'd be doing through the night?
I guess I'd just be going around and looking for, I think I'm missing like 2 essences or something like that, which I could send you the details on.
Yep.
to
Okay.
see if there's anywhere I could purchase them, and then once
Okay.
we're all going to bed, long rest and do some checks if I can.
Sure. Cormac.
Cormac would he? I guess would probably just be hanging out, probably at the bar.
Okay. Blue Water Inn.
Yeah,
All right.
just chilling, relaxing, probably de-stressing from this whole fucking situation since he hasn't had a moment to just sit since the fucking mountain.
He's gonna take a long
where
bath.
he was cursed. Yeah, here he's been cursed as a werewolf. He's had
Oh yeah, this is
cursed from the mountain. He's been his fingernails have fallen off in the fucking temple.
Been a bad week.
Like,
it's been an eventful week.
Is this his first time in Vallaki?
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
Oh wow.
The dude, Cormac has not gotten a break since we bumped into
No.
him, and we fed him. Lisbeth fed him one nice meal, and then it was all
all
downhill.
downhill from there.
so
Got
he's
him.
not doing shit right now. He is getting shit face plastered as best as he can.
So drinks are on the house from the Mardikovs at the Blue Water Inn. And you also notice townsfolk recognize you and anyone else that would have joined you. And they would be, not buying drinks because the Mardikovs are already offering them, but, buying you, like wolf steak and things that are actually quite expensive on the menu because they've
he's loving
heard
it.
of the group.
He's loving
They're
it. He
being
might
pampered.
even get drunk enough to play a song.
Whoa.
Wow.
What's Reeves up to?
Reeves is gonna make his way back to the mansion. I feel like the Baron's house is probably what we would call our. I mean, aside from this church, like that's probably our home base, kind of, right?
Mhm.
I think I'd go there and just find like a room, and when we do our long rest, we'll do that. But kind of in my free time, I'll have my bird cage out and just kind of thinking of home. And I had put a letter in it a while back.
If you were to reach into the cage, you would put something else inside as well.
The mirror.
A
Nope, not
dagger.
Yeah,
just
the
the
mirror
mirror.
out.
I put a dagger in a while back.
Oh yeah. true.
No, it was this session that you put something in.
I put a letter.
Okay. You would reach in and find a letter, but it is not the letter that you put in.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to read that letter.
Okay. Sid, what would you be up to?
So I just lost it. I was gonna help Mercer go to sleep,
Bury the body, yeah.
bury the body. Holy crap.
That's okay. No rush.
Oh, you mentioned that Casimir dropped a black glowing orb, arcane focus.
Yep.
I would like to pick that up. No one said they did, so I'm assuming they didn't.
Okay.
And I would like to pick that up and investigate it and decide whether I
Okay.
keep
You
it.
can. Yeah, you can most definitely tell this is some sort of. I don't call it a normal arcane focused normal orb that has clearly been corrupted.
I will try to use some of my last magical power for the day to destroy it.
Oh,
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
You
guidance you and help.
you definitely manage to. But one thing you would notice is that you start to hear, like, as you're destroying this, you start to hear kind of these whispers, like let me out, let me free, join
Oh.
us.
Do I think that's in the focus, or is that like?
You think whatever corrupted this focus is doing that?
I'm not going to destroy it if I think I'm going to release something. But if that's like
No, you don't think it's.
leftover
Yeah,
from
you
the
think
other
it's
temple.
more exactly. You think it's
Yeah, I know.
more. Yeah.
It's a
I would
walkie-talkie,
take-
not a prison.
Yeah.
I would like be taking this spear, this ancestral blood spear kind of magical thing, and I would basically just push down through it and destroy it.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely manage to destroy it. When you do, like I said, I would imagine for the rest of the night you probably feel this very heavy weight, almost this illness, from just the sheer weight of what has been destroyed.
Yep. Okay, so that was not trivial.
Yeah.
And then I would find a place to go to sleep.
Where are we all sleeping? That was the question I was
I
gonna
think
ask.
in the mansion, I guess,
Okay.
would be where I would go, or wherever Mercer. If you're staying in the church, maybe I'd stay in the church too. Almost like actually, I would propose, and maybe Mercer would propose this, but I would propose that we essentially take turns sitting a vigil. As like kind of we can still long rest and like
Yep.
have
Yep.
someone sit a vigil.
Okay.
Mercer would be, of course, preparing the body for burial.
Yeah.
Cleaning wounds, patching up clothes, and also would probably be tending to a little bit of town business since he's been gone for about a week, kind of
Yep.
reconnecting with the people in charge and what's been happening, as well as seeing if there's a nice coffin for Casimir
Okay.
already made in town.
Yeah.
And he will certainly foot the bill for that.
As you visit Henrik's shop, he is definitely able to procure a very beautiful coffin for you. And give me 1 second, I actually have a picture of it.
Ooh.
I assumed one of two things would happen. You'd either kill him or not. So give me 1 second, let me find
Did
it.
not think it was gonna be that easy to kill him, but it makes sense.
He was actually quite powerful
Mhm.
until he became paralyzed and gagged and everything else. But also the nat 20 for convincing you think he wouldn't have attacked anyway.
I think if you think of that as the end of our adventuring through the entire Amber Temple and we haven't slept yet, I think
Yeah, that's
it was
crazy.
a hard. It's been a hard day.
Yeah,
So
we're all needing some rest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Some of Lisbeth's
Are you
food
still
kept
bringing
us
up the
going
picture of the
too.
coffin?
I was looking for it. I'll find it. I don't
It's
have it,
fine.
but that's all
But
good.
yeah, I'd probably look for him something nice. But I would make a little addition,
Okay.
knowing that has accepted a dark gift, and I would probably put in a few nails into the coffin to close the lid shut.
Oh.
Discreetly, so that no one,
Beautiful gold nails. They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
no one that would look at it would be like, "Why is this coffin nailed shut?" Like it would be, it would be in discreet places, but secured enough to, if something did happen, we wouldn't have a undead wizard running around.
Fair.
another undead wizard.
Another undead
Another
wizard
one.
running around.
Another one.
Yes. And then I probably would stay in the church for the evening, and just a lot of prayer, kind of a lot of reflection
Okay.
on the previous week's decisions and what's been going on. I, of course, would thank Sid for all of his help. with
Imagine it
helping
looks
with-
something like that. I can't find the original one. But...
Oh wow, that's a nice
It has it.
coffin.
Yeah, something nice.
Yeah.
And would of course thank Sid for his help. In in our silence, not trying to break it, as we've both been on edge and we've both been kind of at the counterpoints of each other for the past couple days. So just understanding that we're still in the same goal, we still respect each other, and we just had a rough time of it.
Yeah.
So total bro code. We'll be good in the morning.
Yeah, it's not a tense. I wasn't thinking it was like a tense sounds. It's more of like an acceptance kind of thing, and we're just there together and doing
Absolutely.
stuff. Yeah.
And what would this conversation, I guess, like
you want to hit it? You want to hit up Lisbeth? Oh wait, are you talking about Sid and?
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I think we're actually explicitly not having a conversation. We're
I
just
see. Okay.
helping each other quietly.
Yeah,
and, like,
that's
just being present and kind of like doing
Got
those things rather than like some big debate.
So,
It's kind of
I
like,
imagine sometime through the night, Merek would probably approach you. Maybe.
Did you do Lisbeth first?
I was going to circle back, but we can do Lisbeth first as well.
Well, I wanted to go last just so everybody could
Sure.
have their.
Yeah. What would Lisbeth be up to through the night?
Lisbeth is going for the biggest nap of his life. He's so exhausted.
Okay.
With no rages left and it's like all the adrenaline's just left his body and he's just done. So he'd probably go back to the Baron's house or wherever, we've set up shop, I think, around here. So
a man that looks like this, and
That's the hunters.
a man that looks like this. As you're walking through town, they not only congratulate you and thank you for your help the previous time that you were here in Vallaki, but they also recognize all of the kind of the pelts that you were carrying when you first entered town, and they would probably as you're walking back, not like fanboys, but really asking you, where those pelts, like where you found, like where you were able to hunt those from, like those were amongst some of the largest pelts they found or have seen.
Like, oh my God, it's Lisbeth.
Yeah. But they would be asking you, questions about where you hunt and where you find those things. You would know these two gentlemen are the ones that provide the wolf steaks for the Blue Water Inn. They, provide pretty much any of the leathers and anything like that that's hunted from outside. They're one of the few people that actually leave Vallaki to go out into the wilderness. But even those people are now looking to you and asking you where you're finding, like I said, where you're finding your pelts. They're asking you for tips and tricks and things like that.
I feel like Lisbeth would be answering them like an exhausted dad at the end of the day while the kids are asking too many questions.
Congratulations.
He's still like trying to be nice and he's very like trying to be patient, but
Yep.
you could just tell he's got like no enthusiasm left in his voice. He's just like, yeah, over the hill. Yeah, no, that hill. That's exactly, yep.
Love it. Yeah.
So, and he'd tell them exactly where he found them and stuff, as long as they promise not to clear up the stock and keep the land healthy, of course. But
cool.
Compare
Does
this
Chance
to the first time.
recognize these two hunters?
I'd imagine this is happening while you're talking to the boy. But
okay.
you would, as you're walking around town, like maybe later on in the night, you'd probably see them around, specifically the Blue Water Inn. They frequent that a lot. I imagine maybe later in the night you catch up with Cormac or something like that. You would definitely see them.
I was just thinking because there's two particular hunters that used to stay like.
It is definitely these two hunters.
Okay. They used to just come stay at my hut in their travels to hunt. Know
Chance,
the land
you
very
sly dog,
well.
you.
Not like
Stay
that.
in my hut.
Jeez.
keeping them busy.
I had to make
Tinker
money
with
somehow.
my tools, please.
Not only Jenny that likes to make a deal.
Who's the real fur trader here?
Okay, I hope Lisbeth overhears that.
Elizabeth is knocked out at the.
He's conked out. He's got no idea what's going on around him.
I will say
Um,
that's the name of this week's episode.
Love it.
Hey,
Um, So yeah, what would this? Well, actually, let me read the letter that you pull out, Reeves. As you open the letter, and I don't know if we have an image for this for the Fireborn Syndicate logo. Did I ever send one to you, or did you ever send one to me?
Let me take a. I don't think so.
But regards, it would be signed with this seal. As you open the letter, this is what you read. My dearest Reeves, I send this letter, and actually it would probably say train. I know it would say Reeves. It would say
Yeah,
Reeves.
it's Reeves.
My dearest Reeves, I send this letter to you through a most extraordinary means. I hadn't realized, if anything, that I was doing within this confines would reach you. It is truly more than meets the eye. I trust this messenger will find its way to you unscathed. And then it's kind of like, I want to say ... but it's kind of like ... It continues on. My loyal friend. Soon enough, the time will come to rise against the tyranny that has befallen our city. My father, Hayworth, he has forsaken everything that I have known about him, his values, his ideals, the traits that once made him amongst the Fireborn's most honorable. He has tainted my family's legacy. He has an insatiable thirst for power, and I fear it leaves me with no other choice but to take matters into my own hands. I do not know where this letter has reached you, but what I ask is that if you are able, please come home and return to my side where you have always stood. Now more than ever, I need your strength. I need your cunning, your knowledge of your family's operations. And he's kind of underlined the word your, as well as your determination make you an invaluable asset in this endeavor. What I speak of should take place under the cover of darkness in your family's, in our family's stronghold. And then as you read through the letter, it asks that you prepare for the battle that lies ahead, and that once again, the Fireborn Crime Syndicate will become a beacon of strength, guided by the leaders who actually understand what it means to hold loyalty, to hold the form of community. With unwavering determination, your friend, Kutro.
Shit. It's exactly what Reeves needed right now. Yeah. He holds his dagger in his hand, and he makes an oath to himself that he'll be by his cousin's side when the time comes. And he is reinvigorated with a hope that he will escape Barovia someday.
All right. And with the last handful of minutes we have here, Merek, Mercer, what would this conversation look like?
So I'd pull Mercer aside, make sure we're like well alone. I assume Mercer would agree to that.
Yeah, Mercer's probably alone already in the church.
No, like we're going outside of the church. Like we're going away. Okay, if there's a spot in the church where I can guarantee no one's gonna hear me.
The basement, yeah.
Okay, sure.
I think there's a confessional in those places usually.
Well,
there is.
funny you say that, because Merek is about to confess. So Merek, just to save a bit of time, because we're at the end here, Merek would briefly explain to you the immediate hell of his first like 5 years during his aging process that he was stuck alone in his mind. With all the other steps there, I'm sure you kind of remember what that was like, John, during the actual session. I said that. And then Merek would look at you, and he would start tearing up immediately before the first words leave his mouth. And you can tell that he is both sad and ashamed as he goes, Mercer, I must confess, my friend, that when you left us, I was grievously hurt, and I made a promise to myself that on the day we would confront Strahd, I would come and collect you, and if you would not come willingly, I would have fought you until one of us was in the ground. And he wants to say more, but he pauses there just to see how Mercer reacts to that.
You have a stout heart, that's for sure. But there's nothing in this land here that would keep me from putting that monster down.
Merek smiles. He's still crying a bit, but he is smiling as you say that because he thought you were abandoning them. Like he still knows that Vallaki needs rebuilding, but young Merek is like Strahd is the goal and not building Vallaki. Vallaki can wait 20 years if we have to take that time to kill Strahd.
Don't get me wrong. It was a hard decision to make myself. To leave what is truly my only family in this hellscape. But I knew, with the strength of all of you together, that you do just fine.
So
and these
Merek,
people here, they need someone strong. Someone here to guide them until they're strong enough to take care of themselves. They're just a wee little baby learning their first steps, falling out of bed face first and crying.
Staying there.
So Merek's gonna elaborate a bit on like the last 10 years he spent alone, or sorry, the last 5 years he spent alone in his mind, and he's gonna tell you that he grew up, um, X amount of hours from here in a river that I'm pretty sure I already mentioned to you that at some point with my parents near a lake and isolated. And he goes, I have resolved myself. Once the demon Strahd is dealt with, I will rebuild. Not only will I rebuild Barovia, but I will become a leader to these people. And I want, and he just like takes a deep breath and he's like, I want to turn my family's home into, I don't know exactly what word Merek would use here. Not like a village or like a camp, like basically like a giant forest encampment.
Mm-hmm.
Is like yeah, community, exactly. Thank you, Matt. I want to make a community, and I want to have all who worship the Huntress live in peace and prosper, to live one with nature and the cycle of life and death, and to protect these people and guide them until my last breath, so that my heir one day may eventually do the same as I did.
I share the same goal. I fear and I know that when all this is said and done, if I'm still standing, I'm not done with Barovia. There is much to do, much to cleanse, Many people to care for and lead into their own strength.
Merek's gonna like immediately put his hand on your shoulder. As soon as you're done that, and he's gonna go. Oh crap, John! What was the first phrase of that little blurb there? Barovia still needs you. Is that what you said? Okay.
Basically.
Yeah.
If Barovia's
Okay.
not done with me, I'm not
Yes.
done with Barovia.
Okay. He's like, no, Mercer. Barovia is not done with us, and we are not done with Barovia. And that would be all that Merek would have to say to Mercer.
All right.
And then for the rest of the night, Jeff, I will DM you what Merek had planned.
So for any downtime activities, please shoot me a DM so we can kind of coordinate that in between sessions if you have any downtime activities. So assuming you're heading to bury Casimir in the morning, what would the plan be for the group, knowing that there are the 4 quests, quote unquote?
That's something I wanted to bring up too, because in order for me to make sure that no one gets turned undead, I still need 24 hours after our long rest.
So after your long rest, you would be on the night of the 24th of Merpeneth. You would know that the 30th, quote unquote, is the wedding. That would leave 6 days for the wedding.
And with the 24-hour casting, that leaves us 5 days.
5 days, yeah.
I would, if that's your intention, I think Sid would try to talk you out of it. The main reason, we don't have the components, but the main thing trying to bring them back to life was Casimir, and you've protected him from that for at least 10 days. We have to deal with the short timeline.
That's
maybe
fair.
afterward.
There wasn't going to really need any convincing. I wanted to, of course, bring it up to everybody before, like, RPing it out that that's what he wanted to do.
I think it's a naturally protected graveyard anyway. It's so far in the woods. The magic that was on it is probably gone now since Casimir's dead. But there are easier ways to get corpses if someone just wants to raise the dead.
True. Yeah. But I definitely would probably want to spend at least a little bit of time there doing my own rites on the place, whether it's effective or not. But that's something that Mercer certainly would do.
So the question is, does Mercer leave the group for this next part?
It's true if he wants to do that, yeah.
In protecting Vallaki, in doing these components with.
Fair question.
That's something I think we're all going to the graveyard, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, we have to. We're gonna go to the house.
But I wonder from the graveyard,
Yeah, so that's something I think Mercer probably has to. I need to think about.
Think about it.
For sure, because.
Counter question: are we going to be able to get Cormac out of Vallaki, the bar in Vallaki?
I would imagine Lisbeth can just carry him out, regardless of how drunk he is.
I was gonna say if he gets drunk enough and passes out,
by the time Lisbeth has gotten and Chance have gotten to the Blue Water Inn, Cormac is just completely smashed.
You love it.
He's got his flute in his hand.
Feel free to use the RP channel to maybe walk through some of those, because I feel like that's a really cool Cormac moment that we haven't seen yet. The bard side of Cormac. So I really feel like it'd be cool to kind of explore that.
Dancing on tables, playing.
I imagine, Jeff, you're generally asking where should you mostly prep for the next session.
So honestly, I was prepped for whatever 6 months ago, but I just want to get you all to start thinking about so that when we play next session, it's okay, we know we're going here. This is where we're going.
Yeah.
In my
question. Did we level?
You do level.
Oh.
Yeah.
Level 10.
I have a question. So there was mention of gifts. If we're going to go to the wedding and not crash the wedding in advance, which I think is something we have to decide, are we going to try to basically kill Strahd before the wedding? Or free Irina, however we want to frame it. If we're going to do that before the wedding, or our plan is to go to the wedding, there's gifts expected.
Yep.
Yes.
And that might be something we have to think about as a party too. But
I got
So
two.
yeah,
I got two gifts for him.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying they have to be good things. I'm just thinking like,
from a and you would all know this, and I will open this here quickly to give you some insight into it. Did I hand these to you? Perfect, I got it. So in the letter, it said, hereby Strahd demands the pleasure of your company for the marriage. Gifts and fealty required, guests' right, and all laws of hospitality to be honored. Through talking amongst yourselves, you would know that means yes. A gift of some sort of a noble level is required. You would also know that the laws of hospitality and guest right mean that you are not to be harmed, and you shall not harm anyone at the wedding.
Are there any rules beyond that?
There are, and you will be advised of them. But you think in a gist, that is the.
Hey Matt, you want to know something?
Yeah.
I can now have a +20 to my stealth.
No, fuck, dude.
just
Nobody ever sees Merek ever again.
Yeah, Merek just disappeared.
It's called hide in plain sight, so you know.
So yeah, feel free. I think everybody's prepared hopefully everyone's prepared their level 10 choices. If you haven't, do so before next Monday's room we play, right? Yeah, Monday. I'll upgrade everybody's level in Foundry before then.
I gain a d6 on my stealth attack.
Damn.
So
But yeah, so what's everyone thinking?
Yeah, generally I'm leaning toward going to the swamp. It feels like unfinished business for a lot of things.
And while we could swing by Kresk really quickly to finish cleansing it.
I think
I
we
feel
can
like
go to
that's
Kresk on our
something-
way to the castle.
Well, we can teleport there pretty much any time we have.
Or we can teleport, yeah.
So yeah, to what castle? Because it's in the opposite direction of
Or is it the
Castle.
opposite?
Yeah,
It is, but I'll open the map of Barovia quickly. It is the opposite direction, but to Reeves's point, I mean, you have, and this is why, not that I wanted to save teleportation magic until towards the end of the campaign, but now that you have it, you are much easier able to traverse the lands. So can you see the marker? Where are you guys here? Vallaki. Great. So Vallaki is here. Kresk is here on the very far left. And the castle, you would all know, is way over here.
And in theory, we can actually teleport to Barovia, which is because I think the bedroom
to the closet.
The closet. Yeah. So if we need to get there quickly.
Technically, you do have a teleport to the closet in Mad Mary's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we
okay,
gonna
so
do...
the plan is...
should we do crafting rolls and DMs?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
And go and just roll a random d20 like for the roll. Well, not a random, but a d20 for the roll that you want to do if any of that's part of downtime. Again, this is a full trust table, so you know whatever it is that you roll, just shoot it to me. And
should Chance
I just passed 2 checks.
I'm gonna sign off. We're doing crafting.
Yeah.
Like, but generally, I'm thinking the.
Cool. So Swamp, Lisbeth, you agree with Swamp Mercer?
I agree with Swamp. That was my
You're
thought too.
Mercer thinking if he's going to stay or not. But
yeah,
what about Cormac?
He's too drunk to decide anything right now.
Okay, Chance. Swamp. Okay, and Merek also Swamp.
Kresk then Swamp. That's Merek's.
Yeah.
We might get something useful out of Kresk, and we're like 80% of the way there for what we needed to do.
If we don't sleep between the two, we may also waste resources in Kresk that we might need in the swamp.
Yep, we might end up doing that, but we're also going to fight another hag.
Yeah.
So Reeves votes directly for Swamp or Kresk first.
I would vote Swamp first. Yeah.
Okay, Lisbeth the same.
I was thinking Swamp to begin
Sid
with.
the same. Okay, and Chance the same. Okay,
Not by a lot. I was torn in my decision, but I am leaning
Okay.
towards swamp first. Yeah.
So the plan, so you guys have the map. So by the way, I don't want to say his, but the burial ground, it's not marked on this map. It is custom add to this campaign, but it is, done. It is approximately here, the burial site. From there, you believe a direct path can very easily be carved, not easily, carved through the woods to the river.
I would hope we can come back and get the cart once we have Esmeralda, and she would join us.
She's
And that would
she's
be-
most willing to. She's currently in the
Yes. Yeah.
but
So if we go,
she will tell you that no cart is going to be able to pass those lands.
Yeah, she's familiar with these lands.
Merek would say the exact same thing too.
okay.
Yep. It is it is probably some of the most difficult terrain you've been in that it is, literally a flooded river, flooded village, and that is very, very swampy.
Note on
Okay.
spell preparation.
So
Water walking?
Jeff, I just want to
Okay.
say I finished my Cloak of Displacement.
no way.
Yep.
I'll see you guys.
Look at the
Yep.
chat. Those are my
Okay,
two.
that is super cool. Cloak of Displacement has been added to your inventory. I added it to Sid's inventory by accident. But,
Would Chance? Oh, see ya.
See ya.
Would Chance or Reeves be able to do one check for me, please?
I don't
it
need
would
any
have to be
chance. I will say one thing though.
I think you're over attunement. So
yeah,
you'll have
I'm
to
giving
unattune.
Merek my current Cloak of Protection.
Oh.
Ooh, you are. Wait. So, in how many minutes do I have to give it back to you now? Do I get to keep it for
I
like
can-
10 minutes this time?
I can give
Wow.
it to Sid.
Wow.
I'll
Shots fired.
take it. I'll take. Hey, I earned that right.
You
to
did.
make that
You did.
comment.
You did. I did
All
not
right,
know
I've
Charm Abiding
added
Cold.
I've added the Cloak of Protection to your inventory. What does Cloak of Displacement do?
Everyone has disadvantage
you.
against me. I'm like in two places at once at all times.
Fucking hell! Why did I let you get this item?
It's
I
gonna
love
be
it though.
great.
You were
Back to back with
honestly.
Lisbeth, it's gonna be awesome.
Here's the thing: you did the research and kibbles. You deserve this great item.
And I
I love it.
I've spent like
God,
8
fun.
months collecting materials for this one item.
Yeah,
And
you've been at it for a while.
if you take damage, the property ceases to function until the start of your next turn.
Yeah.
It is suppressed by your capacity restrained. But it literally disadvantage on all attack rolls against you is like.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Wow. Love it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Love it.
It's tough. All right, I am going to bed.
You're muted, by the way, Isabel.
If I'm able to buy those items at some point, like we don't have to do it right now, but then I'll need to do some checks for myself as well.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Isabel, I'll help you, and same with Merek. Like pretty much any chance we have for crafting rolls now, I will just use them with you guys because I'm done. I'm done crafting for the campaign. I think.
If you succeed one check, I can use my level 3 spell slot finally.
Yeah.
So they would maybe have. Does anybody have enhance ability? I feel like Sid does.
I think when I did mine, it was Mercer. Mercer who made the spell for me, but yeah, he needed to rest so he could prepare it, and then I gave you the ink you needed, and I have the parchment. So if you can just remind Mercer to prepare that spell before the long rest, let's say.
Enhance ability.
Yeah, enhance ability. He can make you have everything you need. It just takes 2 hours to make that scroll.
So the arcane essences, I'm gonna leave up to Mercer if the town would give them to you. It's about 300 gold worth of material.
How much?
300 gold, because each arcane essence is 150 gold. So I will leave it up to Mercer if.
Which gold do I have?
If you can get
if
you can get two uncommon arcane essences, or arcane reagents, I gave you an uncommon arcane reagent. So if you can get 2 more, you can make an essence, which I think 2 reagents is cheaper than a full essence.
Right.
Just something to think about.
Uncommon reagents are worth a lot less.
Yeah.
So if you can get 2 of those and 1 uncommon essence, then you'll have everything you need.
Yeah, so
well.
I have 1 uncommon curative reagent, and then magical, 1 uncommon magical inks that Reeves gave me, and then he also gave me. I thought you gave me else.
I think that was it. I told you I'd give you parchment, but it's not
Yeah,
an item
yeah,
I
yeah.
have.
Okay.
I just have spell books. Which, you know what? You can have a spell book.
Overall, a great session. Not super combat heavy. A lot more RP and investigation and exploration. But nonetheless, a great session. A big wrap up to Casimir's story, even though a sad wrap up to his
Yeah, that
story.
actually made me sad.
Aw.
That was like,
But
that was
Yeah.
rough.
you didn't need to kill him. But I do feel overall like it's
We just know it will
off
be
table
safer.
as a player. It's the right choice because
Yeah.
long term he
Yeah.
would have been corrupt.
Look,
Um,
yeah.
His
It's happened,
reaction,
tried to
like
let people
like
go
that
or save them in the
knowing,
past.
yeah, and that knowing look he gave, like after
The
I
smirk.
talked to him.
Yeah.
Well, it was almost like an acceptance that he had, and I felt like it was, yeah, this
Yeah.
is the only way that this ends. If it's not today, it's going to be tomorrow. So let's not drag it on, kind of thing.
But
Yep.
great RP, honestly, from everybody. And yeah, thank everybody for helping build the world that we've created. Because you know none of the stuff we've gone through is written in this book.
Yep.
It's a small
which
book
is
for how long we've been playing.
it's been. But no, but honestly, you know, thanks for making the story what it is, because without, you know, all of the engagement from your characters and, you know, making it what it is, the story wouldn't be the same, right? Like I can create scenarios, but it's not the same if the players don't and the characters don't go through the world and live it. And I know it's hard. It's a dark campaign. It's hard when, you know, a character that's been with you from the start, Casimir, you know, this happens. But I do think from a world building perspective, it is a cool kind of
Yeah.
arc. And yeah, so great RP, honestly, for everybody. Even, you know, what people would do after the 30 nights of hell, basically, and having finally a night off in Vallaki, you know, the drinking and at the Blue Water Inn, and, you know, Lisbeth just going to crash at the Baron's place and just, you know, finally getting some rest. Those are all really cool moments too. So
I think it's really cool to think about our first time in Vallaki.
Yeah.
What that
Yeah.
experience was like compared to this time in Vallaki. When, like, our first time eating dinner at the Baron's house, where we're like, shut the fuck up, Mercer, you're gonna get us
Yeah.
killed. Like,
Yeah.
stop burping at the table.
Yeah.
Mercer.
I had
now,
a reason.
You did.
but
yeah.
now it's like, and I really feel, and again, it's not written this way, and I didn't even prepare it this way, but it's almost come full circle of like when you arrived, it was all great, but you knew that there was this undertone of like it's not all is not well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Right.
will be well.
And now it's like when you've now returned and actually saved the people of
Yay,
Vallaki,
we saved some
right?
kids.
You did, and a whole
You actually
town
got
of
there
people.
in time for once.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I like how Chance figured out what actually happened when she wasn't even there to begin with.
but all of that
why
is
the
part
thing
of
broke down.
but all of that is part of, again, your character's interaction, right? Of like, hey, I'm gonna go talk to this person and figure out what's going on.
Chance is the friend maker.
Yeah, I'm just like grabbing kids' hands. Let's go. You gotta go home.
No, but again, if you think about your character in that scenario in this
Yeah.
town, right? Your character will probably do that, and you know, part of that conversation is learning about them. And I don't always have everything like kind of ready, but even for that, it's like I would hoped that you would all figure out kind of some of those details, but unless you try, you would never know, right? Like what.
I cannot wait till the whole campaign is over and you can tell us all of the things we walked past and like failed on and that you couldn't tell us for like a year.
So, but for me, it's not like, of course, things have tie-ins and you know, they're integrated in different ways. But for me, even what you all did tonight, I had no idea what you guys were going to do. Funny enough, John, when you said, you know, everybody go to the church, I had thought of that, and that is why he was there.
Oh.
So I had already pre-written that he would be there, regardless of what you all did. He was gonna go to the church. So I knew that was gonna be the case. I didn't honestly think, like, I was like, yeah, maybe he'll have everyone kind of go there. But when you did, I was like, how did this work out so well?
It's almost like you know our characters.
Like, you know,
but
Mercer.
right, but at the same time, all of the like, you weren't actually supposed to discover his, like, where his people were buried. It was only because you guys decided, hey, through sheer will, we're going to use all of our abilities together to go figure that out, that you figured it out. And that's really cool too, of like, hey, you figured out where, you know, clearly he's been keeping it a secret. Clearly something is top of mind for him, you know, been maintaining it, so on and so forth. So it kind of gives that cool backstory. But yeah, you're all building the story just as much as I am. So that's really cool. I'm
Yep.
excited for next session, next Monday, going into the swamps.
Oh, and guess
Swamps
what?
of Perez.
I am
Swank.
now the ultimate Barovia tour guide because I have Natural Explorer for forests. Then I took swamps, but we didn't end up going there. And now Merek is taking mountains. So I
Oh
can
my
literally tour guide. I could become just a Barovian tour guide if
That's
I
a
wanted
great
to.
storyline for when we get rid of this crappy
Yeah.
stuff going on in Barovia.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
become the tour guide.
I now
Run the
have
tour guide.
20 dexterity.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I can roll 8 d6s.
Oh my god.
That is so obnoxious.
It's
Matt,
that's if I do
Matt,
sneak attack
I'm
plus my ice
sorry.
attack. I don't get my ice attack for another 2 days. So
Yeah. But
Considering you
still.
get all that, Barbarian doesn't get shit.
What do
Like
you
I
get?
don't get-
barbarians are so left out in
I-
all of this leveling stuff.
Oh, no.
I get shit too, kind of there,
Well,
Tash.
the only thing I get is from the path I chosen. Like I chose from
Yeah.
my ancestral trait, like ancestral guardians.
Oh, but level 10 you get consult spirits, right?
That's it.
Oh.
That's my entire level 10.
But this is
Yeah, but
actually, I feel like
Chef.
it's really cool. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I think it's it's going to be really cool.
I know.
I mean,
so
It is
I
cool.
get
It is
Alright,
cool.
really
but
cool.
Nobody knows anything about it, so
I
it's
love it.
fine.
technically
Yeah,
all
once
I
I-
got was an ability point increase. Like that was my level 10. But with
Yeah.
And
my
then
soul
guided
point,
everything, right?
I get to upgrade like my thing I have that gives me an extra d6 on my sneak attack.
There's
Well,
a reminder for the spirit point as well.
I was gonna say, yeah, we get one more extra spirit
Yep.
point, right? Okay.
yeah, that was with the assumption because my extra d6 is from my extra spirit point. I get to now have
Nice.
I go
Ah.
from the level 1
Oh,
version to
okay.
the level 2 version. This
Nice.
'Cause
Okay, yeah, so send me all of that sort of stuff. Send me all the changes and
Yeah.
choices and whatever.
And something's weird with Cormac's spells on Foundry versus D&D Beyond, because D&D Beyond only has me at 12 spells, but I should have 14 spells,
Okay.
and it only shows 12 on D&D Beyond, so it's confusing the fuck out of me.
Wait, it shows 12 on DD Beyond? Or
But it says
shows
I
12
should
on
know
Foundry?
14. It
Okay.
only shows 12 that I can learn, but it says specifically I should have 14, and it even won't let me learn anything because I'm at 14, but it doesn't show the other
Is
two
it some of
spells
the
that I
like
know.
already known spells, like always known spells?
No, it's not.
That haven't.
I can quickly look at that.
It's
Tash,
weird.
so all I get is
I'm missing Cure Wounds and Healing Word.
Usually
think.
D&D Beyond is pretty accurate, but let me...
Yeah, I know, which is weird because I mean it shows that I have 14 known spells, but if you count
So it
all of my
says-
slotted
yeah.
spells, it's
No,
only
so
12.
it says known spells 14 with an asterisk, and that is that 2 spells are included for class features.
No, those are not, because if you look at my spell sheet, if you look at my actual like sheet and go into manage spells,
Mhm.
it says known spells 16.
Yeah, so I think that's how many current